Okay, I should be live now on YouTube at least. I'm just going to be checking some audio. I lowered the latency on the video, so hopefully I should be able to hear things pretty well, or read things pretty soon compared to when you type it, so I can respond quicker. And I've added music. Alright, so I've checked my audios, everything sounds pretty good. So, let me just start by saying, as you can tell, my audio has improved quite a bit. I spent a little bit of time this afternoon checking my audio to make sure that everything is good. I basically added like a noise suppression thing and a noise gate, and that way you no longer hear my fan. Background sounds are tuned out. So, unfortunately, the previous 4-hour stream was pretty awful in terms of sound quality, but today should be pretty good. And I have music too, as someone requested yesterday, so hopefully you guys like it. Let me know if anything is too loud. Let me know if the music's too loud or if weird sounds are happening, but yeah. I'm not going to get started on my build quite yet. As you can see, I started a little bit, you can see it's a little bit further behind from where I ended off yesterday, and I'll explain that in a bit, but I'm going to start my TikTok live as well, and then I'll just say hi. Hello, TikTok. Oh, it stole my headphones. Okay. I was listening to the music. There we go. Alright, so TikTok is live. YouTube is live. Audio's good. Unfortunately for TikTok, you won't get the nice music that I added to YouTube. Maybe I'll figure out how to add music to TikTok in the future, but for now, this is where we're at. So, I guess we'll just get started. Oh, and for TikTok people, if you do want to listen to or watch the live stream on YouTube, it does have better audio quality. It has some music playing. Haven't figured out how to adjust all that stuff on TikTok, but for those of you who just want to watch it on TikTok, here you go. So, I'm building the Rey Master Chassis. Yesterday, I spent about 4 hours doing the chassis prep and setting up this first set of wires on the connector and the motor and the accent pixel ring. But if you were here for yesterday's live stream, I am a little bit further behind than the end of yesterday's stream, or at least it looks that way, because I went ahead and glued in some of the rods and tubes before adding these things. So yesterday I had this all in the plastic, but I took them out and then I spent some time gluing down these rods and tubes. We are building the Master Chassis. So let me just make sure my computer here on the left has the TikTok live open so I can read comments. And then we'll get started. Hopefully. But yeah, if any of you guys want to ask me questions on literally anything, I'd be more than happy to answer them. Whether it be lightsaber related things, anything you guys are up to, etc. Want to say hi to YouTube chat. Car G just joined, hello. And then Rimshot63. I hope you're still here watching. Ben Carpentier was here earlier. And O'Rourke, saw you from yesterday. If you can hear, I have music now. And I also have the audio much clearer on YouTube. So I'm going to just mute myself on TikTok. There we go, so I don't listen to myself. And yeah, basically, I'm a little further behind than yesterday because I took all of the wires and connectors out of the plastic bit. That is so I could glue the rods and tubes in overnight. I used a little bit of JB Weld at the top here to hold in the rods a bit. And then same with the tubes. And then let me take this apart because we're going to have to do that anyways. There we go. Spent a little bit of time adding some glue. I also added some Loctite this morning. You want to see those Kyber crystals again? Maybe I'll show you later, once I get sick and tired of working on this. So, for TikTok, here you go. I have All the rods glued in with some JB Weld. For YouTube, all the rods are glued in with some JB Weld. This one got a little messed up, as you can see, but you don't see it and it doesn't interfere. So a little bit of JB Weld up here, it holds it really well. And then I added some Loctite to hold it to the plastic bits here and here, and then on the other side here and here, just for some added support. And then I added JB Weld here, so these tubes are in the perfect position. And it was just easier to not have all the wires in there. So unfortunately, you guys are going to have to see where the, or you're gonna have to watch me put everything back together, but that's where we're starting. And my goal for today is to get to almost 50% complete. And that, to me, means I get the button attached, so that we're gonna have the button attached on here, button attached on here, and then all these get glued in to the top. We're gonna set up the crystal chamber today. I did find a crystal I think works, and then I'll need your opinions on whether it's good or not. Someone asked in the TikTok chat, how practical / possible is it to test the circuitry on a breadboard before installing? No idea. Honestly, I'm not too well versed in electronics, as much as that might be hard to believe with how much I work on lightsabers, but I literally only know lightsabers. Breadboard, no idea. I've never heard of breadboard. It sounds a little familiar, but as far as lightsabers go, it's not something I'm familiar with. So, unfortunately, yeah, can't help with that. What is this playlist called? This is Closed on Sunday, Lo-Fi Star Wars tracks. It's a live stream he has going on right now. So I just tuned into the live stream, and it's playing in the background, I guess. At least it is for YouTube. TikTok, it doesn't really have any music. I haven't figured out how to set it up yet. Anyways, let's get started by routing all of these wires in. And as you can see, all the wires are black. If you were here yesterday, you know why. I build all of my major chassis, whatever you call them, the master chassis. I build them all with black wires, just in case you can see them a little bit. And that is because, well, maybe I should put this on. And that is because you may be able to see them, and I don't like the way colored wires look when you're trying to hide them. Because obviously they're not very hidden. So the black just hides a lot better. So let's put these back in. Something like that. Is that good enough? Maybe. We'll give it a try. And like I mentioned yesterday, you have to go one wire at a time. Let's see, how is this gonna go? Keep this one on which side? This side? Yep. I also decreased the latency on the live stream, so I should be able to read your comments a little sooner. Because when I was testing, I noticed the latency was really, really long. And I didn't like it very much. There we go. Which tube did it go in? There we go. Okay, I think that's the tube I wanted. So today should be a lot more interesting than yesterday, as chassis prep can be pretty boring. Today is going to be all about routing these wires, putting the chassis together, gluing them as I go, and then wiring up, I guess, just the crystal chamber section, and then a little bit beneath that. Just have to be very careful that I don't mess anything up along the way. And I'm also going to be using my test kit. Well, I call it a test kit. It's a super rough thing I threw together to help test lightsaber builds, particularly the Rey lightsaber build. Okay, we'll see how this goes. Put this in this tube here. Was this mailed in by a client for installation or something you're putting up for sale? This was requested by a customer, a client as you call it. I don't know the difference between the terms, but yeah, they basically wanted a Rey lightsaber, and they didn't have anything, but they paid me to find all the parts, which can be a bit tricky because this hilt is discontinued. But I went ahead, found all the parts and all the electronics, got it shipped to me. This isn't the hilt that's going to be used for this lightsaber, actually. I haven't opened it yet, but I had it weathered by Astoria Workshop. So it looks a bit different than that one. And who knows, maybe I'll open it today, but probably not quite yet. Let's see. And then I'll be shipping it to him once everything is finished. So let's... There we go. So the motor is sitting in place. That should be good. Now I have to work on all these super tiny wires. Don't know what the best order would be for these. I have 14 people on TikTok. That's not too bad. Maybe it's because I have more going on here. But anyone on TikTok, if you want music, I have it on my YouTube. I haven't figured out how to do it on TikTok yet. Let's see. Which wire would be best to go next? Maybe I just pick one and go. It's all just a jumble. Okay. There we go. This one? Yeah, this one's data 1. Why don't we do that one? And I'm using even smaller wires than I'm used to. For my Rey builds, at least. Okay, so this one's data 1. Once all this is semi-put together and where they need to be, I'm going to test it in my test kit so you guys can see kind of how it works. Oh my goodness, this is difficult. Is there a better way to do this? I'm just sort of feeling around in here. Just sort of hoping it makes it into a tube. There has to be a better way for this. What if I open this up? There we go. Yeah, that's better. Alright. So I can do it in 2 stages. First one going through the plastic, and the second one I'll have going through the tube that I want. So yeah, if any of you have any questions, either on TikTok or YouTube, just let me know. I'd be happy to answer them. It can be questions about literally anything. Because normally, I don't really like to live stream my builds, I just do them on my own. Okay, so that went in between the tubes, great. I bet this is going to take me like an hour, just trying to put tubes in. What are you using for the battery housing? The battery is just going to be in this plastic chassis. Let me take it out. It's going to be in this bit here. And then I'm going to have some battery contacts. And that's about it. Nothing too complicated. It's 3D printed. Alright, why is this not... Okay, what if I curve it a little bit? There we go. Maybe I should use some tweezers here. This is ridiculous. Yeah, this is the KR Saber's hilt. It's discontinued. Because as far as I'm aware, the last thing I saw about it was that he's no longer going to be making these hilts. So, yeah, they're discontinued, and for the foreseeable future, he's not going to make any more. So it can be a bit tricky finding second-hand ones. I was lucky enough to find a couple different options. I think I found 3 options. One didn't have a master chassis, then the other one did have a master chassis with electronics, but I wanted to buy my own electronics since I'm using a lot of different stuff other than what the kit calls for. Because I had a lot of accent pixels, I used Crystal Focus instead of Profi, which is the most popular board, it looks like. So I use Crystal Focus, so I have to get a Crystal Focus version of this. It's coming tomorrow, hopefully. And then I add all these extra accent pixels. I don't use the LEDs that they provide, so it's just kind of a little bit of a waste. But yeah, you can pretty much find secondhand stuff on Facebook, but I imagine it's going to get exceedingly more rare as time goes on. And they're not going to make any more. Who knows, maybe if they make a Rey movie, they'll bring the hilt back. Okay, so this one is data 2. Guess I'll do that one next. I am the most worried about these data lines coming apart, so I'm trying to be as gentle as I can. Because they're so thin. Okay, this is all crooked. Finished product going to articulate lightning. Not entirely sure what that means. What is articulate? Articulate. Lightning. Lighting, not lightning. What the heck? Articulate lighting. I don't know what that means. It's gonna look pretty much like all my other ones. It's gonna be running the same kind of accent pixels, etc. And yeah, I know TikTok needs music, but unfortunately, I do not know how to do that yet. If you want music, you'll have to head over to YouTube, where I set that up. I do have music going, and the audio quality should be significantly better too. Because I went ahead and set up a noise gate, noise suppression thing. So I think it sounds much better. But yeah, I have no idea how TikTok sounds. I just know it doesn't have music, which is a bit sad. But if you want to listen to some music along with me, go ahead and head over to Closed on Sunday, Star Wars Lo-Fi Music. He has a live stream going on, and that's just what's playing in the background. Okay, is this going? I can't tell. Guess it wasn't a hot seller. Well, I think it kind of was a hot seller because he sold a bunch of them, but it's just super complicated to make with like all of these screws, all the moving parts. It's really annoying to manufacture from what I heard. So it's just more worthwhile just not to make it anymore. Okay, where is it? Is that it? Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's 2 wires down. Bunch more to go. Hello, Mikael Do 2. I apologize for messing up so many names. That's probably gonna keep happening. So just bear with me with that. But welcome to the live stream. Hopefully you enjoy. For anyone who's new, I'm building the Rey Master Chassis. I've done this 4 times. I have examples of the finished product on my YouTube, and I have a series of me building my first one, I believe, here on TikTok. And you can check that out. I have a playlist as well. And then, let's see here. What's next? These 2, maybe? Oh, and then I have this one that's sticking out for no apparent reason. I can say Michael. Is it French? Okay, let's see. So this one is blade detection. Let's do that one next. Might as well. Okay. It is quite tricky working with these tiny little wires. I'm just hoping this thing works throughout the entire build process. Because I normally use 30 gauge wires, but I decided to try out 32 gauge to see if that would work out. It worked out on my MB sabers, but the MB sabers doesn't have as many accent pixels as this one does. Here we go. Okay, that's step 1. And step 2 is going to be putting it in the tube. Yeah, you guys on TikTok are missing out. You don't have this nice music. I gotta figure out how to add that. Maybe for tomorrow. I'll spend some time in the morning trying to see what I can do about the TikTok situation. I do have TikTok Studio on my desktop. Maybe that'll allow me to add some music. Don't know what their rules are, though. Technically, I don't know what YouTube's rules are for music in live streams, so I guess we'll see if I get some kind of copyright. But I do have permission from Closed on Sunday that I asked a few years ago, and he said I can use it as much as I want in whatever videos I want, so hopefully that stands. Car, did you ask a question? Oh, yeah. Do you set up your config before or after the install? I do it afterwards. Pretty much always. I mean, for something like this, it's super helpful to do it first. Just because you can mess up your config in a way where you think you messed up your install, but really it's just your config that's not set up properly. So then you spend hours and hours, and sometimes you take apart the physical install thinking it's a physical problem, but in reality it was a config problem because you didn't set it up properly. So you should do config first, at least for the large builds, or any builds that you're not entirely sure you can wire everything correctly. That way you can test as you go, and then when it's all done and you test it, you'll know for sure if you wired everything correctly and everything's put together right, it works. So that's what I recommend. Because what I'm going to be doing with this, because I've built this so many times, after the first time I just uploaded all of my Rey Scavenger config stuff onto this board. Yeah, it's really messy. I need to make an official test kit. Something that'll work a lot better, is not nasty looking, and yeah. But this works for now. I just had that chassis lying around, so I just sort of plopped things in, stuck wires to it. So yeah, now we have blade detection, data 2, data 1. Now we need the buttons. That should be pretty easy. What is this? Yep, this is the button. Diego, hello. On TikTok. Welcome. Hopefully you guys enjoy the live stream even on TikTok, despite the fact there's no music. Because on YouTube, we're just here enjoying nice lo-fi Star Wars music. This one's one of my favorites. I'm good, Diego. How are you? I'm actually doing a little better than yesterday. I think I'm ending my sickness a bit. Wasn't bad at all. So today I have a lot more energy, and I don't have to do chassis prep. It's all just putting all the wires where I want them. Slow, methodical process. The all black wires make it necessary to do it slowly. How many sabers in my personal collection? That is a question. I have not counted recently. Once I put this wire in, I'll take a look, because I have most of them in my display case, which is pretty close by. But let's see, I have my Rey saber, the first one that I ever made. I have my MB Sabers vintage Graflex, so that's 2. What else do I have on my desk right now? I have the Roman Props Buried Hope, that's 3. I just installed that for a video. I have the Roman Props MK1, or the Mark 1, the Obi-Wan Episode 4 saber. It's not installed, but that's still technically part of my collection. It will be installed eventually. Luke says, I want to say you make the most complex and beautiful lightsabers I've ever seen. Thank you. I can't take full credit for the visual beauty of it, because I didn't design the really, really nice ones. I basically just put them all together, because they offered them in kits. They designed them. I'm hoping I can design my own. I'm going to be working on that soon. I can design basic chassis, but I want to expand into designing crystal chamber chassis and hopefully something similar to a master chassis. Definitely possible. I should be having... I want to try... I don't know if any of you guys have experience doing 3D modeling. I have very, very basic experience with Fusion 360 on my PC. And it works fine. It's a bit tricky. I probably need to take some lessons on YouTube or something, or watch tutorials in order to properly get it all done. But right now, I'm thinking it might be a little easier to try Shaper 3D, and I want to get an excuse me, get an iPad so that I can use a pen and then I can just draw and design the thing, because it looks a lot faster to me, a lot more intuitive, and anything that makes my life a little easier would be nice, because I spend ages to try and figure out how to design a little tube-looking detail. I'm getting a bit faster, but yeah, if I could just use a pen to be like, that's a tube, I want it to do that shape, that'd be phenomenal. And I've seen a lot of people do cool stuff with Shaper 3D on iPads, especially in lightsaber avenues, which is pretty much the only place I pay attention. So, yeah, that's what I'm hoping. I'll be able to design my own things soon, especially on this new lightsaber that I'm working on. I'm finally trying to make my own custom hilt using the modular hilt system from the Custom Saber Shop. He's currently out of shop right now, on vacation out of the country, so I think the first week of next month I would be able to work with him on bringing that to life. Still not entirely sure on the design. I have most of it down, just not sure about the color, anodizing, the buttons and stuff too. I don't know whether I want it to be a low-profile control box or like a button or whatever it may be. My goal was to have a custom one, a custom hilt that I've pretty much made on my own, and then I want to design a really nice chassis for it. I want it to be semi-removable. I want it to have multiple stages. That's something I've always wanted in a lightsaber, is you have multiple chassis, and then you can take apart different areas. Like the pommel will have its own chassis with the speaker or something like that, and then when you connect it, it'll make a connection sound, and then you connect those two pieces to a third piece, and then maybe you can swap out different parts. They'll make different sounds, and perhaps swap to different colors. Who knows? That's all pretty complicated, but I think this is step one, which is to get a hilt that I make myself, have a lot of this, like the grips modular, the pommels are modular, the chassis I want it to be universal between all of my different variations, or as much as I can. So I'll create like a little soundboard pod, a speaker pod, a NeoPixel connector pod, and then I can swap them. But that's way down the line, but for now I want to make my own hilt, and then I want to really up my design game so I can make my own chassis, and who knows, maybe I'll sell them. So if anyone likes them, I can sell the designs or whatever. But that's pretty far down the line. I'm not too technically inclined, but I'm trying to improve all of that stuff so that I can get a little bit better and expand my range. Where did my button go? Am I selling Rays? I do commissions, so if you want a Ray lightsaber, you can just message me and then I can sort of source it for you and then put it together. Where the heck? Where did my other button go? This is ground. This is the button. Oh, I wasn't supposed to do that. I was just talking and then mindlessly doing things. Let's take that back. Don't need that. This needs to be out here first. Well, I could probably... You know, that's probably fine, but... It's just gonna be easier if I take it out. It's no big deal. Because I could just cut the wire there, attach it to a button, and then attach the cut wire to it. I'll just do it this way. It's a little simpler. You like my stream because my monologue is like yours. Yeah, you know, normally when I build these lightsabers, I don't really have a monologue unless, I guess, I'm talking to my camera or whatever. But normally I just sit here in silence and I listen to YouTube or watch YouTube, watch anime, whatever it may be. That's a little harder to pay attention to both at the same time, but also slows down the process, but it's fun anyways, it's relaxing. What is this? This one? There we go. Okay, so we have most of the wires set up. For you on YouTube as well, you can check it out. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to push these all in, let them sit, and then I guess I'll test it. Well, no, I should set up the button. Might as well. But yeah, if I am talking to my camera, or I guess to live stream, my thoughts just kind of bounce everywhere. You know, your Graflex Anakin Saber, how much does one like you put together go for? Well, it's very expensive. If you're talking about the MB Sabers Graflex, it's like, well, the one that I made is probably around $5,000. It's also in a vintage, so that raises its price. I have probably like 90% vintage parts on there right now. What was I doing? Putting this together. Okay. Just slowly pulling on all the wires. That should be good. The resistor is a bit strange. Yeah, that lightsaber build was very difficult. It pushed my knowledge to its limits because I've never really worked that much on the chassis portion of these things. Sorry, a bit congested still. So I had to sand the steel a lot, and I've never done that before. It was a huge pain. Didn't come out as evenly as I wanted, but I kind of like it. Right. Just making sure everything falls in its place. Something is stopping it from moving. Something like that, maybe? Where's the resistor? There it is. And I can move that to the side a bit, maybe? Basically, if you guys want to know what I'm doing, I'm just making sure all the wires, the accent pixel ring, and everything go around the motor on the inside, so that I'm not pinching anything, so everything sits as far down as it can go. Because you definitely don't want any pinching. I'm just trying to figure out why the pixel ring doesn't want to go further that direction. You built the Qui-Gon Master Chassis, regularly quoted him during your build. Yeah, nice. I haven't had the chance to build the Qui-Gon Master Chassis yet. It's mainly been this Rey Saber a few times. I did the Thrawn Hunters, the Ahsoka Clone Wars ones. Or Rebels one, I think. And then, right, I don't like what's going on here. I think I'm going to resolder this wire because it's in my way. Why is the Master Chassis so expensive? Because it is very complicated. A lot of it's printed in precious metals like brass. 3D printing is not inexpensive, especially if you don't do it yourself, like the designs and stuff. And then it takes a lot of effort to install. Like yesterday I spent 4 hours doing the chassis prep. Today I'm going to be spending probably another 4 or 5 hours getting to maybe 50% completed. We'll see. I'm not the fastest when it comes to these things. Why is there plastic sticking out? Not that it matters, I'm not using this one. The replacement's coming soon. Okay. Let's redo this thing. I do not like where it sits. Is that better? Maybe. Probably not. You're going to be building the KR Hero Master Chassis soon. Any advice for Master Chassis in general? Take it slow. Take it slow. Don't use black wires like I do. Black wires are a nightmare. But I use them because I like making sure that if you do see wires, it's really not noticeable because they're all black. But if you want an easier life, just add some color to your wires. Plus, who knows, maybe that chassis hides wires better. So take it slow, test as you go. So if you have some kind of ability to test it, like a test kit or something, do it. Because that's going to save a lot of heartache when you get to the end. When I first built this Rey Master Chassis, my first one, I built it all the way through, but I didn't check as I went, and then nothing worked. So then I had to tear everything apart and rebuild it from scratch. Don't do that. Test as you go. Alright. Sorry for the silence here, just trying to focus on it. So yeah, my advice for Master Chassis builds, take it slow, plan what you're doing, make sure you don't cross your wires, and test as you go. I might have said that already, but yeah, that's super important. There we go, that sits a lot better. Look at that. Perfect. Oh yeah, that's great. That's really good. Look at that. Sits flat. Don't even have to push down. There's an empty space in there. The ring perfectly goes around the motor. For TikTok viewers, can't really see inside too well, but there you go. So my Graflex Anakin Saber has all those insanely detailed electronic parts inside of it. I guess. Let me show you. There's a little bit of a closer look. You don't get to see all the upper section. I could take it out. I might as well. Because if I'm going to be showing this to people, Might as well take it out of its shell.
Just made for mountains.
What am I doing?
It was made for those who know the value of risk.
Take out the blade plug,
This is 25 years of
and
relentless
then
pursuit.
just pull it out. So this is a vintage Graflex. It's like from the 1940s or something. Maybe a little bit later. There you go. For YouTube. Here you go. TikTok. So this has, the electronics in this aren't too bad compared to in here, because there's a significantly less amount of accent pixels, but it's pretty darn complicated. I use 32 gauge and 34 gauge wire. 34 is insanely tiny. This whole section was really complicated here and here because I had to create, well, I put mesh there, and then I 3D printed a clear plastic sort of super thin diffuser. I sanded the heck out of it, tried to make it as clear as possible, and then I think I put my accent pixel strip, because this isn't built for pixel strips. I put pixel strips here and here on top of those two layers, or behind those two layers from this perspective. And then I wired them up, put liquid electrical tape over all of them, hoped it wouldn't create too much space under here, and luckily it worked. And then all those wires with the OLED screen connect to the board, which is directly under there. It's a mess. One of these days when I'm not building a lightsaber, I'll do a live stream where I just show you the insides of this. I could take this out really easily, just pull it up, show you the insides a bit. Same with up here, because there's a mess of wires. I have LED pixels here, well, not here. This one, and this one. Those are a nightmare, because all of those have to connect, their wires have to connect with each other, and then all of those connect certain ways. Kind of a pain. So, I'll show this off some other time. I'll put it back here. Can't really see it on YouTube though, which is a bit of a shame. Let's see, I could probably do that. Yeah, I haven't glued these in yet, because when I finished the lightsaber, I got pretty sick of working on it, so I just stopped and I'm like, alright, that's it, it's good enough. I'll work on it later in the future, probably years from now. But I should glue those in, resand this because it's a little bit incomplete, add some extra detail work. But yeah, let me just readjust my seating here. Don't need the soldering iron on. I'm ordering the lightsaber from Amazon. I'll tell you if it's good when I get it. Awesome, yeah, let me know. That's the Damien Saber one, right? And then you got your dad the KR, a new Hope Graflex for Christmas that he installed himself. You helped him a bit, but he's an engineer by trade. Nice. That must have been pretty fun. See, when I got started, I had literally no experience with any engineering, no electrical stuff. I learned it all literally watching YouTube videos and reading forum posts on lightsabers. So all of my electrical knowledge is lightsabers. All of my engineering knowledge from lightsabers. So that's about my area of expertise, which is pretty small. So I have no idea about the amperages of these things and how they interact with each other, or the different gauge wires and power drop off, etc. No clue how all that really works. I just have a general knowledge, but I'm sure I'll get there eventually. But yeah, must have been pretty fun. And the KR Saber's Graflex is absolutely awesome from what I hear. So let's see here. What should I do next? Should I test it? Should I glue it? Have I ever done with Raspberry Pi or Arduino? No. Arduino a little bit, just because you use it to upload configs for Profi boards, but that's my limit for that. I don't know anything beyond that. Raspberry Pi, I got one a long time ago, but didn't interest me too much. So I got into lightsabers, and lightsabers are far more interesting. So if there's a Raspberry Pi lightsaber interface thing that might be involved, who knows, maybe I'll get into it, but yeah. Let's see. I'll never forget when I asked you for advice on Instagram and replied really kindly. I try my best to reply to everyone who asks for advice, I don't charge people for advice, so if you ever have any questions on lightsaber related things, like if you're building your own stuff or need advice on that kind of thing, I like answering those questions. So I try my best to help out as much as I can. Sometimes I'm super busy, so I can't respond immediately. It might take me a little while. But I try my best to help anyone who's interested in getting in the hobby. Because the hobby is absolutely amazing. It's super fun, really rewarding. I think if this is one of the hobbies that you do in life, it helps you grow a lot as a person. You learn a lot of skills. You learn how to overcome, like, obstacles, because let me tell you, when you have no money and you're building a lightsaber and you fry a soundboard or something, it's devastating. Because you're like, oh, that's the only soundboard I have. When am I going to get another one? I'm going to have to work and save up money to get another one. It's difficult, but you learn how to be okay with it, and then you learn some self-accountability. Like, everything you do here, it's your fault. You can't blame anyone for anything going wrong. Let's get this button wired up. I think that's what I've decided. So, in order for the button to work, well, should I get the button wired up? Because I'm going to have to glue things in. We'll see. Where's my motor? Or the thing that goes over the motor. What is that? Nothing. This guy. Put all this together. There we go. And then this needs to be pushed all the way in. I believe that's that. You know, I'm going to bring my completed Rey Master Chassis over here, so I can take a look at where I have everything. So this right here is the end result for TikTok, YouTube, except this one's weathered, and the one I'm making right now, he wants it nice and clean, so it looks to me alright. Looks to me like when this is all pushed together, yeah, there we go. This is how it sits. YouTube, you can check that out. TikTok, you can check that out. There you go. So the question is, do I glue them in place? Yes or no? Maybe? Can I help you build a custom chassis? Probably not. I can only design basic chassis. These are all designed by other people right now. I'm going to be working on practicing and learning how to design things like this, but that's going to take me a little bit. But from what I have in front of me right now, I probably can't really help you. Did I break it apart? No, I didn't break it apart. This is a new one. This is the old one. This is a new one. I'm making this for someone. This is like my 5th time making it. Let's see, do I want to glue it in? That's the question. No, I could probably just test it from here. Should I set up the button? That's the next question. If I set up the button... Yeah, sure, why not? The button's fun. So, now we're working on the button. Don't need you yet. Don't need you yet. I don't know what's going on with the music. Interesting. Oh, and for people on TikTok, there's music on my YouTube live, but unfortunately not on the TikTok one, because as far as I'm aware, I just don't know how to set up music on TikTok live. because I'm doing the live over my phone. Maybe tomorrow I'll try to figure out if I can do the live stream from YouTube, because the live stream from YouTube is a camera that's up here. Yeah, maybe I'll figure out how that all works. So this is the button. This is the button. It'll just sit in here. And I just need to chop these wires, plug them in. Let's get the soldering iron started. Get my wire strippers ready. I got these from KR Sabers as well, the Saber Armory. You can get them from Amazon too, but I got them from the Saber Armory to help support him and stuff. Not that he needs it, he's doing super well. But these were my original wire cutters. I used them for many years until they stopped cutting things as well, because I'm using them wrong. So let's chop this up. Looks like I pinched it a bit here. Is it pinched? I can't tell. Maybe a little bit. There we go. So let's prop this up. With the button, it doesn't really matter which side's the positive and which side's the negative. Yeah, he upsold you those cutters too? Yeah. Oh yeah, he has phenomenal customer service. He's like the best. He responds so quickly and he's so nice. I think it's him and his family, like his mom. His mom might be in charge of the customer service. I'm not entirely sure how he runs those things, but however it is, he's great. He's been in the business for such a long time. Great guy. But yeah, I I got these from him just because I wanted to help support him and stuff, because he's always super helpful. Right. My buttons here. Do a little bit. Make sure everything is visible for you guys. Just adding some solder onto the legs of the button. Adding solder to the wires and to the place you want to solder to just helps things go smoothly. They just sort of melt into each other, which is nice. Just move you a little bit. Oop. I don't know if I'm hitting the microphone with this soldering iron, so I apologize if there's some weird noises. Perfect. That came out great. I'm gonna move the microphone a bit. There we go. While we're at it, might as well reattach this one. There we go. Maybe. It's kind of ugly. Do not like how that looks. So let's clean it up a bit and then redo it.
You're a good soldier, Rex.
I think I need to chop this down a bit. It's a bit too long. Does TikTok have an option to add music when you do it from your phone? Settings? I don't understand. Yeah, I'm not sure how all that works. I think I'll just do it from my computer tomorrow. I think that looks good. We're going to be testing it, so I'll see if it is good in a bit. Alright, so that's one side done. Now I just need to do the other side of the button. So that's this one.
I have to sort this out on my own. Without the council. And without you.
You know, I'm having a better time building this thing while listening to music. It's pretty relaxing.
This isn't about you.
There we go. Guess it's not really visible on TikTok. Should move it a bit.
I can't stay here any longer.
It's too long again.
Not now.
Okay, come on. Just let me cut it a little bit. Perfect. Guess that's fine. Bit ugly though. And I don't like ugly. There we go. That looks nice. And then let's attach the other side. Once this button is in, I'm gonna test it on my test kit, so hopefully everything lights up, and then... Actually, I hope my test kit is set up how I want it, Because I know I used it while I was setting up my MB Saber's lightsaber, so I don't know if I've adjusted it. Guess we'll see when I plug it in. Can you have one? You can if you pay for it. If I were like ultra rich, maybe I'd do this for free. And that's a maybe. Actually, you know what? I think I would. If I was ultra rich and didn't have to worry about money or anything, I would just make these in my free time and probably just give them away to people. I think that'd be pretty fun. But then people might get upset that they don't get one or whatever else. Okay, so the button is all wired in. Let me show you guys on TikTok. Button looks pretty nice. Yep. Button looks pretty nice. For YouTube, there we go. Now, I have to think, do I have to cover these with anything in order to protect them? Maybe a little bit. Let's use some heat shrink. Super tiny black heat shrink. So what do I have? Anything super tiny? Maybe, maybe not. Smallest I have is this thing. Is that one of the small ones? Yeah. Guess we'll see. Have to cut it pretty small. So let's just cut it like that. That's too small, I think. A little better. Where'd it go? There it is. Okay, so this is gonna sit here. This is gonna sit there as well. Probably good. Let's try it. So I know I said I would start my live stream earlier today, but that didn't happen. I ended up just starting it around the same time as yesterday. So maybe I'll just say tomorrow I'll probably end up starting around the same time. If we're lucky, it'll be a little earlier. But tomorrow's Friday, which means I'm getting my other chassis part. So I may need to wait anyways later in the day. Is that going to be good enough? Is that going to work? Is that too big? Might be too big. Let me try cutting them in half or something. Sheesh. It's too small. Alright, let's see. Is that any better? Basically, this heat shrink is to try and make sure that this connection doesn't touch the brass. I think that's good. I don't know if there's enough space for it to touch, like if it's too close of a space for it or not. It might be designed in a way where I don't even have to worry about it, but better safe than sorry. What size is this? Too small. Okay. That good? Maybe a little more. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so we have two of them that are really tiny. Okay. Now we just have to heat shrink them as best as I can. Let's see what I can do. That's not bad. Probably fine. So I say... Ah, the big wire's in the way. Okay, have to redo this part. So the reason I'm redoing this part is because I put this wire through the upper section and not the lower section. This is where the button is supposed to be sitting. You can kind of see. So now I just have to back it up, push back in. This one is the motor negative. Okay. Let me just try our best to put it in the bottom. There we go. Why is it not going in the tube? There we go. There we go. Alright, all fixed. Motor negative. Rewired. Or rerouted. Now we just put the button in. Almost. Why am I having trouble here? There we go. Perfect. And that should just go right there. Don't know why it's not. But let's just route these through and then that should be fine. Okay. There we go. Now to put the other wire through the tube. There we go. That should work. All right, good enough. Okay. Right now I'm just trying to push the button in place without breaking anything. Seems like it's sticking up a little bit. Not entirely sure why. There we go. All right, the button is in for TikTok viewers. Button is in. It's not clicking though, so that could be an issue. Ah, oh no. I pulled too hard. It's okay, everything is still labeled. All the wires are still in place. Okay. So why are you not pressing? Ah, because the button's screwed up. Hopefully it's not broken. Nope, it's fine. Got pressed really far up though. Which is interesting. So the question is, what's going on with the button? Why is it weird? Could it be the heat shrink? I don't know. Could the heat shrink be causing problems? I move them. It's really hard to say what's going on here. Let's take it out, see if it's not flat or something. Looks pretty flat to me. So what could be going on?
It seems in your anger you killed her.
What's going on here? I think the button is a little raised on this side. So let's see if I can fix it. Follow any good Star Wars channels? No, I don't. I don't think I follow any Star Wars channels. I think I followed Star Wars Theory a very long time ago, so he's probably still in my subscriptions. But I haven't watched him in ages. Many, many years. Okay, let's see if that is fixed. And then the only other Star Wars channels I really follow would be like lightsaber related. So other installers sometimes or something like that. But yeah, I don't really watch Star Wars related stuff. You found the most toxic fan channel. Really? Why are they toxic? It's so strange. You know, out of all four of my Rey builds, I have never had an issue with the button. It's always been one of the easiest things.
I've never been
There we go.
so lonesome
Don't know what the heat shrink's doing though, so I'm going to take it apart again.
as I am right now.
There we go.
Completely lost.
Now let's move these upwards.
You, Padme. I never realized I could even miss any one person so much. I just hope
Let's see if that works.
too much longer to really be with you again.
Okay,
I wonder if your feelings
there we go.
matter are clear, Ludwig.
There we go. That should be good. Looks good to me. Okay, so now I can press the button. Has a nice clicking sound. Pretty good. And then everything else is set up. Okay, I guess it's time to test it, see if it works. Alright, so what do I have to do for that? I think I have to get my test kit out. I have to strip some wires. Let's try to clean up a little bit here. Alright, what do we have? So I need to test the positive, negative, the motor. so why don't we do that? And then data 2. Can't really test data 1. So we're just gonna have to hope that it works. Then the motor negative. And then once I've verified that this all works, it's time to glue things in place up top. And then we'll be moving on to make the crystal chamber, glue those things in place, put the crystal in, and then work on the crystal section, which took me ages to figure out how I wanted to do my version. Alright, so just heating up the soldering iron now. I guess I'll prepare these. Do I need to set up the button this way? Yeah, I need to do the button this way too. You originally fried your profit board by manually connecting the NeoPixel connector to the blade. Same, but it was a crystal focus. I fried that when I was doing my Darth Maul, 89 Sabers Darth Mauls, my second ever NeoPixel build. And I was testing it, and I manually put the blade on the connector, fried the thing, didn't know what the heck happened. It was awful. So I can relate. Anyone who's watching who wants to build your own lightsabers, never connect your blade to your NeoPixel connector manually. It will always end well, or wrong. It'll end badly. You'll end up accidentally touching pads and pins that should not be touching, and you'll fry things, so yeah. Never do that. I hope I didn't do it twice. I'm trying to remember if I've done it a second time. I really hope I didn't do that. And I hope I'll never do it again. Okay, so let's strip these wires so that we can connect them to our test kit thingy. Yeah, I get it. You're just trying to test it. Me too. It was really late at night when I was doing it as well, so I was exhausted. I'm like, I've worked all day on this thing. I want it to be done. Let me just test it. Didn't work. Ended way worse. Okay, so that's that. That's button. Blade detection. I'm not going to test that. Data 1, not going to test that either. What are you? Data 2, I am going to test you. Do any of these vibrate? Like, have a rumble motor or whatever? I've done a few that have rumble motors, but you can feel vibrations from the sound and the speaker. So the speaker causes the whole hilt to vibrate pretty much. And then these also have a motor. It makes a very high-pitched whining sound, but you can also feel it. So yeah, I would say you can feel vibrations in pretty much every lightsaber, but these ones especially. We'll just leave it at that. So we have data 2 set up, button set up, motor negative. Let's do that. Um, 30? I think it's 30? Yeah. So motor negative will need to attach to 4. Which one is 4? Channel 4. White.
I will never yield to you, girl. You'll have to kill me.
This guy? Yeah. I'm just gonna attach it now. Might as well.
But it's not my way. Not anymore.
So let's go ahead and attach these. you? The button? Alright, which one's the button on here? You're a button. So undo this guy. Oh, that's the ground. Not that it matters that much. There we go. Button to button. What are you? Data 1, don't need you. You are motor. You are the button ground. So let's set you up. So for anyone who's in the live stream, I'm live streaming both on YouTube and on TikTok. YouTube has some nice music you can listen to. I haven't figured out the TikTok stuff yet. Hopefully tomorrow I'll add some music if I can. And right now I'm building the Rey Master Chassis, which I've done 4 times before. This is the 5th. You can see my first completed one here. And right now I'm just testing this top portion to make sure it works, because I'm going to be doing a lot of testing, which takes up some time of the build, but at least I know it'll work when I move on to the next step, which is very important. Because with a build like this, it's hard to take it apart again. Okay, so we have the button section set up. We have the motor negative set up. We have data 2 set up. That's blade detection, we don't need you. Data 2, that's you. Alright. I believe data 2 I set it up to be purple on this thing. Yeah. Okay. Just taking some time to open up this guy so it's easier for me. What's the function of the motor? So the motor spins a metal piece, spins this metal piece, spins it around the crystal. So basically the function is to make that thing spin around the crystal and to look cool. And to make an annoying high-pitched whining sound. If you want to see an example, I have a playlist on TikTok of when I built this guy, which is the first time I've built this. It's the whole build series. You can just skip ahead to when it's completed. I might actually have a more recent video of just showing the chassis working. You can kind of see the spinning bits. Right, well, apparently this tape does not want me to open it up. There we go. I just need it to be all the way open so I can put the wire on it. Here we go. Finally. So I don't have to keep taking it off when I test. Okay, attach this to purple. Okay, it's now attached to purple. Sorry, TikTok, I have not been showing you the process because the angle's a bit different. Okay, so now I have the buttons set up. I have the purple, which is the data 2 for the accent pixel. We have this guy, which is the motor negative. Now we just do the positive and the negative, and then we test. So let's set this up. Positive. Negative. I'm just hoping this SD card on my test thing is set up for the Rey Saber. Okay. I think that's everything. Need to make sure these guys don't touch. Good. Alright. So, it's a little wonky. I definitely need to make this cleaner, this test kit, so it's a lot nicer to plug things in, but for now, you have this sort of squiddy thing. So, double checking. Negative to negative. Positive. Yep, to positive. Data 2. Ground for the button. The other button. And then we have the motor negative. Then everything else should not be connected at all. No connections. Alright, well, let's hope it works. Where's a good battery? Here? Yeah. Give this a shot. Negative and positive. Okay. There's no speaker attached to this, so we can't hear what's going on. Oh, there we go. It works. Sorry, TikTok, it's not... Can't see it very well. I don't know if you can hear it, but there's a little bit of a whine. My air conditioning also just turned on, so... Didn't account for that in my calculations. So it's going to be acting a little bit weird up top, because these are mimicking the first set of pixels. In total, I'm going to have 49 or 47 pixels in this entire build. And since I only have, what, 16, 20, whatever's on the pixel ring that I set up, it's going to be that first sequence, so it's going to look a little weird. But you can hear the motor, it's spinning. You can see the lights, that works. And the button works as well. Right now it should be going into its off sequence. I see green, blue, purple, red, orange, and yellow, so it can do all the colors. So awesome, it works. That's great. That's awesome. Okay, so now I'm going to just be very careful. Take the battery out so I don't accidentally burn anything. Cool. Major accomplishment so far. That means we're doing everything just fine. Now time to take these wires apart and then glue some things together, and then we can call this top section complete and move on to the crystal chamber. Crystal chamber should be pretty quick. I did come up with a method because I kept breaking it when I first built it because I had no idea what I was doing. Essentially, sorry, quick water break. But essentially what I wanted was I wanted a pixel strip going from the crystal all the way down through here so that I can have sort of an energy pulse. And in order to do that, I was using, oh god, some pixel stuff. I was breaking a million things. But I came up with a method that works really well. I should be able to remember it. It's been a while, but we'll see how it goes. In any case, let's put that away over here. Glue some stuff together. And then call that done for the top. So first and foremost, we have to glue this motor in place. So let's go ahead, take this thing apart. Yep, everything is good. I'm going to use Loctite on this. There's no need to do anything else crazy. So I think what I can do is just add a little bit of Loctite to the base right there. A little bit here. Spread it around. It's probably enough. And then, oh wait. I don't know if that's in the right spot. Probably needs to be a bit further down, so let's smear it a bit. What I might do is I might just pull it up a little bit. Push it. Yeah, there we go. Then put some glue on the black part. Spread it a bit. I semi-recently got these toothpicks just from Target or whatever when I was there, and they are one of the most useful tools that I've ever gotten. Because I get a million of them, like 800. And then it's super cheap, and then I can just throw them away after I've used them. So let's push the motor back. Don't know what's going on here. I probably need to do this quickly. Ooh. Might have messed up a little bit. It's okay. It's all fixable. Oh man, I might have glued this thing a little too high. Man, that thing glue sets really fast. This Loctite. May need to get some acetone to break it up a bit. It's fixable, but a little annoying. Ugh, how annoying. Yep, time to get a little bit of acetone to break it up. Messed up just a little bit. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Just gotta loosen up this motor a bit. Glued it a bit too high. Okay. Simon, hello. I see you on YouTube. It's a pleasure to see you doing this live. Thanks to you, I just designed from zero chassis with spinning crystal chamber. That's awesome. That's better than me. I haven't designed anything crazy with the chassis, just basic stuff so far. I'm looking to increase my ability with that sometime soon. I'll be working on it. So yeah, you're way ahead of me on that, which is great. Fell in love with the building tutorial, designed a hill to 3D print in resin. Awesome. Yeah, I wanted a resin printer, but I am a little worried about the fumes and stuff. I live in a apartment right now, and the fumes would not be great, especially with my animals here. If I had like a garage or something, sure, because resin printing looks amazing. I really like how they come out. Okay. We'll see if that breaks it up. Have I built a Revan Graflex lightsaber? Revan Graflex. I'm not sure what a Revan Graflex is. I've built a Revan lightsaber. Guess it's his light side one, or maybe his dark side one. I don't know. It's the more simple design looking thing. Okay, hopefully that's broken it up a bit. This is gonna take some time. How unfortunate. Pretty unlucky. I'll have to retest this once everything is glued. It's definitely working on some of these things. Sorry you guys don't have much of a visual. It's a lot easier if I work with it a bit closer to me right now. Okay. Dang, you've been doing designing and printing for designing and 3D printing for 6 to 7 years? That's awesome. You print a full wearable Iron Man suit with all the electronics. That is absolutely amazing. That's super cool. What program do you use to design? 'Cause I've learned a little bit with Fusion 360, but I need to spend a lot of time going over tutorials and whatnot to try and learn everything I can to make my life easier and how I can do all that pretty simply. I've seen some people who do lightsaber installs and whatnot. They design with Shaper 3D on their iPads and stuff, and they make it look super, super easy and quick. So I was thinking I might try that, give it a go. Blender and mesh mixer, interesting. You think that's easier than other 3D printing, designing things? Sorry if I'm kind of inarticulate here. I'm trying to focus on getting this motor unstuck. I'll get it eventually. It's just a very slow process. Blender's kind of hard at the beginning. Yeah. I bet it's worth it though once you get it all figured out. Sheesh. Of course, it's when I'm live streaming that I make the mistakes I never make on these builds. It's a slow process of digging this out. Hey Archer, welcome back. Yes, I do have music, and if you can tell, my audio is a lot better. I don't know if my air conditioning has kind of ruined that now, though. Because I had it all calibrated for just my fan. Right now, I'm kind of working on my motor, because I messed up a bit. I glued it too high, because I was trying to add a little bit more glue, but I didn't realize the glue I already put was gonna set so quickly. So kind of locked it in place up top. I did just test the lightsaber, so if you wanted to see it working, you can. Or at least the section that I have set up. Hopefully it still works after all of this. There we go. I think we're getting there. Yeah, it was a suggestion from last stream, and I figured out how to make it work this afternoon. Only this motor would break free, then we could move on. Well, I think it's moving more. If you want to make a base chassis, you can also use Tinkercad, which is very easy. Yeah, I've heard of Tinkercad too. Cyberpunk style. Yeah, I gotta try them all, but I think what I need to do is I need to pick one, learn the basics and then I should be able to apply that knowledge to other designing softwares. Because right now I don't even know what I can do.
Never tell me the odds.
What the heck? This is gonna take me ages. Never made this mistake before. And it is definitely an annoying one. There we go. 3D modeling is a lot of fun and super useful. Yeah, I want to get into that so I can just do whatever I want. That sounds amazing. Because I have 3D printers, just not using them to their full potential pretty much. Come on, motor, break free. Yes, got it. All right. Finally, that was annoying. So the motor is no longer glued in, which is great. Really have to be careful with that. All right. What's next? Put this thing off to the side. Is the motor quiet? Not at all. Not quiet whatsoever. It's super loud and annoying. Really high pitched. You can hear it even through the hilt when everything like that is put together. So, don't expect it to be quiet. You definitely will hear it. Okay, so now that we've fixed that issue, time to try again. Yeah, I'm not sure if you'll be able to find a spinning crystal chamber that's quiet, because that's a really hard thing to do. They're all really annoying.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Okay. Now, let's try this again. Little glue there. Little glue here. Then push it all down. Should be good. Hopefully. Okay. Should be fine. Should be good. Take it out again. Simon says he wanted to thank me so much for the inspiration. Yeah, it sounds like you don't need much inspiration. Sounds like you have a good amount of 3D printing knowledge. I'm just glad I could point you in the direction of lightsabers, because I love lightsabers. I think everyone should have some experience with some cool lightsabers. And if I could point your skill set in that direction, honestly, I think that's better for the entire lightsaber community, because I'm sure you'll be able to make some really awesome things. If you haven't joined the Facebook groups already, go right ahead and join them. Share your designs and your creations over there. I'm sure people will love them. You should make videos too, because if you make videos on these cool things, people are bound to see them. Plus, then you can send them over to me and I can have a look. That would be really cool. Okay, that's all good. Now for this. All the wires are in a good place. Yeah, the tape method is the only way you could potentially know what these wires are. Especially since I'm using the same size wires for everything, 32 gauge for everything that's not power related. You can't even tell from the size of the wires. So it's vitally important to always make sure each wire is labeled, because if more than one label falls off, the whole thing is just a mess. But yeah, Simon, I'm very glad I could help you with the lightsaber aspect of things. Because luckily, these days, making lightsabers is super simple. So as long as I can just show people that it's simple, and some of the basic things to help out with it, that's all you really need to get going. And then you can just buy these fully decked out kits, so you don't even need to source the parts. You have a lot of people who can act as resources to help you with these. It's great. The only downside about the lightsaber community these days is the fact that Star Wars isn't very popular, and I guess the Chinese market is taking over, so most people expect lightsabers to be super cheap, super quick, and sometimes not the best quality. And it kind of drowns out all of the custom lightsaber community people of the old days and of the new days that want the old style of like runs that individual people do, highly accurate stuff, small innovations, those kinds of things. So that's the only downside of the lightsaber community these days, but I'm thinking that's coming back, because as Star Wars dies in popularity, as these markets get flooded, I think there's going to be a lot of people who really want the quality lightsabers. So I'm sure it'll come back eventually, but the market's really low. Attention towards everything's pretty low. But I think this is prime time to start innovating again, like the old days. Okay, it looks like TikTok is still running. That's good. Archer says, so many resellers. Yep, so many. It's a shame. I mean, it's great that lightsabers can be so affordable, but it's also not great for the more custom community. Just because the resale value of all these lightsabers are super low. People will just buy the cheap stuff instead. They get upset when you point out, like, yeah, this is the price of everything. Okay. Should be good. Should be. Alright, we're gonna have to try this out again. The metal motor thing seems to be a bit... Yeah, Saberforge is pretty good these days. They do a lot of their own things. Although I haven't kept up with them recently. Okay, what the heck is happening now? Why is this metal piece just sticking?
Show me the one whose safety deems such
What's going on here? I didn't glue it in yet. Oh, no. Why do things keep going wrong here? Sorry guys, I'm not looking at the chat at the moment. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with this metal motor bit. Why are you stuck? What's going on? You gotta be kidding me. Why is this stuck? Never had these problems before. Pry it up. Let's see if that helps. There we go. Don't know why it was sticking, but I got it off now. That was weird. So very strange. What was the problem? Ah. The glue at the top of the plastic right here was holding on to it. Clear that a bit. Gluing this motor has caused more problems than it ever has before. Bit of a mess. You can give the file you make for free. So much more satisfying creating from zero instead of by an already made working lightsaber. What file? I don't want anything for free. I'll be okay. And yeah, I imagine it's super satisfying to create a lightsaber just from zero. I imagine it's more satisfying doing it literally from zero, like making your own hilt and then doing everything else and putting it together. Like, I know how satisfying it is to build your own lightsaber. It's one of the coolest feelings ever, especially for your first lightsaber or first few. It's super satisfying to be able to just put it together and then it finally works. That kind of magic kind of wears off when you make a bunch of lightsabers. But that's kind of why when I do my own personal projects, I try my best to do something new every time, something that challenges me. Because then you still get that feeling of accomplishment at the end. Okay. Trying to see if this motor is going to sit properly. This glue is definitely causing way more issues than you'd imagine, because now it's not spinning freely. Loosen that up. Time for some more acetone, just to clean it up. I'm just breaking up the inside of this right now, because there's a little glue on there that I think is preventing some nice spinning. Archer, sounds like you're working on making your own custom ones. That's awesome. Yeah, the best I've done so far is just use the pre-generated models from the custom saber shop to sort of put together a hilt that hopefully I can get soon. Been working on that the past few days. But doing it from absolute scratch, that would be crazy. It's gonna be a while until I can design my own, just fully from scratch. Because I'm also not sure if I'm too artistically inclined like that. I'm sure with practice, I'll get there. But just trying to imagine what a custom design for lightsabers just seems so difficult. I can kind of imagine it with lightsaber chassis. The hilt, I don't know. Maybe the hilt will be easier, but I don't know. Alright. Yeah, this is gonna be... It's gonna be very satisfying when it's finished. I just wish I didn't mess up this motor glue section, because that's gonna cause a lot of pain. Because now I have to make sure that everything is clear, so everything spins properly and smoothly. Just trying to clear it up. These are the kinds of mistakes you don't really want to make. It's not catastrophic, but it's really, really annoying because it wastes a lot of your time. Okay.
I'm Rey.
Ah. We're listening to a Rey song. I like this one. On YouTube, that is. Not on TikTok. Not yet. Tomorrow, maybe. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Now I just have to make sure this stuff is clear. Sorry you guys have nothing to look at, so I'm going to try my best to talk a little more. You have to create the chassis and the hilt that match perfectly with each other? Yeah, for sure. Okay, is that good? Is that gonna work? Let's see. That might work just fine. Yep, that might work. Okay. Put this acetone away. I don't like acetone, it's scary. You can just make a mistake with acetone and then everything melts. The chassis will get all white and distorted. It's pretty terrible. Rough sketch of a saber. Working on making a 3D model based on the sketch. Yeah, that might be a little easier then. I'll have to think about that. I'll have to work on my drawing skills. I don't think I've ever really worked on them. It's part of why I don't make like wire diagrams, because I don't know how you do it nice other than hand drawn, and I can't hand draw those things. Let's see. Okay, all the wires are good. Just gonna be pulling on them a little bit. Try not to have too much slack. Okay, we're good there. Oops. Then we just
This resistance.
hold on to them, I guess, and then push everything back together. There we go. Button still is able to be pressed. It's nice and clicky. That sits flush. The ring is clear. Nothing's being pinched as far as I'm aware. Very little progress so far. Just managed to glue in the motor. Come on, why isn't it finding its seat here? There we go. That should be able to spin just fine. Okay. Damn it. Okay. That's all good. I can spin. Just quadruple checking these wires. They all look to be in place. Yeah, this is the worst part of working on these kinds of lightsabers is any mistake can be very, very difficult to fix. Especially if it's something to do with the visuals. Like, I cannot mess up the outside of the chassis whatsoever. The inside doesn't matter. Like, the ugly look of the motor and stuff, that doesn't matter very much. But anything on the outside is just devastating. Everything looks very good to me. So I'm just going to add a tiny bit of Loctite to the connector up here. If you don't measure right when printing, it really sucks. Yeah, my main problem with printing chassis is it takes so many iterations for me, because I keep messing up dimensions and whatnot and trying to make it a little bit tighter, a little bit better. I need to focus really heavily on this section. Because I can't misplace this glue, or else I've ruined the look of the chassis. I feel like I should really use E6000 for this section. Because that's so easy to clean. Okay, I've added a very tiny amount of E6000, or not E6000, Loctite in certain places. That should be just enough for this. So we'll just push on that for like a minute or something. Alright, time to read. If only you had more income, you could afford more lightsaber stuff. Yeah, I get that. That's why I started making lightsabers for other people too, because it helps pay for itself. Yeah, Simon, you don't need to give me anything. I'm just very happy to help anyone. Anyone who watches my videos repays me enough. Yeah, don't worry about donating, Archer. It's perfectly fine. I'm just happy you're here. That's really nice. Having some people to interact with online during this live stream. Else it'd be pretty boring. Yeah, it'd be nice if there were more people, but also it's a bit boring. Can't really sit around and watch me build this thing. It'll get a lot more interesting. I'm hoping more people are going to watch in the next couple days when this is a lot more put together. Have I made a Mace Windu? I think I've made a Mace Windu saber once, maybe twice. Oh yeah, that's what you're saying there. I have made a Mace Windu saber 2 years ago. Yeah, maybe once. Okay. I think that's good. How's it look, you guys? Glued in place. Didn't mess up any of the glue, so it's not sticking out anywhere. Looks pretty good to me. It's hard to tell. I think one side is sticking up ever so slightly more. For you people on TikTok, here you go. That's what I've been working on. Just glued that in place. It's barely perceptible, the change in height there. Am I going to be streaming tomorrow? Yeah, I should be. Because I'll still be working on this. Why is it sticking up? That's weird. Let's see. There we go. If I need to, I'll fix it later. That was pretty easy. Maybe I'll do that with this lightsaber. I need to fix something up top here. But the trick is I don't know how to pop it out easily, but I think I just figured it out. I just need to stick something right in there. And it'll pop out. Might be more difficult when everything's put together though. Has TikTok or YouTube crazed yet? I don't know what a crazed is. Crazed. Trying to think what kind of... Yeah, I don't know. Okay, hopefully that's good. Yep. Hopefully that's fine. Should be good, I think. Then the motor. I'm going way slower on this build than normal. Must be the mistakes plus the live stream. And it's been a while too. I think I'll add a little bit of glue on the motor now. Gotta be super careful. Just a little bit right on the top to hold this thing in place. Just a little bit right on top. Okay. That should be good. And I'll just spread it a little bit. There we go. There we go. So we have the motor on, or the thing on the motor, the thing that spins around. For TikTok viewers, there you go, the thing that spins around. I think that should be good. Yeah, I'm going to be using a quartz crystal. That'll be coming up very soon. So now that everything here is set up, I don't think I need to glue anything in. Because I have to glue along the way as I, put things on these rods. I have to make sure the rods are attached to each section. Trying to think if I need to attach this to here. I'm going to be using these, which will hold it in place. I think it'll be fine. So the next thing to do is to test it, of course. Again. Sending in TXQ Luke V2 soon. Sounds good. Hopefully I can find a good way to install that, but yeah. Sounds cool. Just send me a message first if you haven't already, and then we'll work things out. Either on my website or Instagram. Wait, this isn't hot yet. Does this need to be glued in? Probably not. Okay. Time to test everything again after I've glued it all down. Positive to positive.
You're a good soldier, Rex.
Negative to negative. And then the button goes to this yellow wire here. There we go. Ground goes to the blue wire. There we go. Blade detection, no. Data 2 goes to purple. Okay. Motor negative goes to this guy here. Anything else? Data 1, no. Blade detection, no. Everything else should be okay. So I have the two buttons. I have the motor negative, the positive, the negative, the data 2. Now let's put in a battery. Where'd I put that battery? In here. Negative, positive. It's on, and then press. Lights work.
I have to sort this out on my own.
The motor is not working.
And without you.
Okay then, why is the motor not working? This is the motor negative, right?
This isn't about you.
Channel 4, motor negative. Ah, darn. Having a lot of problems with this motor.
I can't stay here any longer.
This is why you test as you go. Because you never know when something's gonna go wrong. Motor negative. Motor positive. Not sure why it's not working. Positive, negative, ground, buttons all work. Let's see. Not hearing any noises, so that means it's just not moving at all. Okay, time to test some stuff. Positive looks good. Negative looks good. Let's see here. It's all still attached to the motor itself. This can still move. Motor negative, positive. Wonder when it stopped working. If it was after I messed up the gluing section or not. I have no idea why it would just stop working. Ah, I see why. Alright, so let me show you. It looks to me like this positive, showing to YouTube first, this positive broke off. So I tried moving the wire and then it just popped right off, so I think the connection was bad. There you go for TikTok. Easy enough to fix. Just got to reattach it to the positive here. I can just angle it properly. There we go. And then just melt it right in there. Easy peasy. Okay. Now let's try it again. Let's see if it works. Nope, so it's definitely something else. Something else is wrong with it. How unfortunate. What could it be? Positive is attached. Negative is attached. How weird. I'm not sure if the glue got in the way or not. I tried my best to make sure it's not holding on to the actual spinny bit of the motor. So I can just... I don't know if I have any extra motors in here. I have them in a cabinet somewhere. But I did mess up my gluing earlier today. Glued the motor a little too high. And then I had to use some acetone to break it. So I'm wondering if the acetone got into the motor and broke it somehow. I don't know how motors work. These spinning ones. So I may just have to replace it. And then leave it at that. That might just be what I do. A lot of work. Definitely setting me back many hours, but... oh well, these things happen. What do I do with my broken parts? Throw them away. If they're like really broken, they just get thrown out. Okay, I'm just gonna work on prying this out. There we go. Okay, you know what? Now that I've moved everything, maybe I'll try it again, see what happens. Is that on or is that off? It's on now. Oh, now it works. That's weird. Moving the motor up a little bit made it work. Well, at least I don't have to take it all the way out. That's nice. Now the question is... where the heck does it go? Like, how far in can I push it? Okay. Now, push it in more and see if it still works. Okay, pushed it in a little bit. Do you still work? Yes. You see? TikTok, YouTube, it all works. Can I push it in a bit more? Try it again. Yep. Still works. Okay, we're just gonna leave it like that. I think that's fine. I'll just leave the motor in there. Does it go any further in? A little bit. Nope, it still works. Okay. Now what? Reglue things, that's what. Simon, looks like you have to go. Alright. Well, if there's any way you can keep watching from where you left. Yeah, I mean, just keep note of what time you left in the live stream, because this is going to get recorded on YouTube. So as soon as I'm done with this live stream, it's just going to upload to YouTube, and then you can just go back and start from there. And right now it's 2 hours 42 minutes in, so I've made very little progress, but yeah, you can continue from where you left off just by checking that. But thanks for tuning in. I appreciate all of your commentary and all the chatting we got to do. And hopefully you can tune in tomorrow or the day after, because I'm sure I have another couple days left of this. Now let me see what I can do about gluing this in. Why don't we use some E6000? That's a bit safer. And just put a little bit in there. Loctite's a dangerous substance. Can ruin the look of your chassis. Can cure too fast. It's way nicer to use a slower curing glue. It also holds really well, and it's pretty easy to take off whenever you need it. There we go. Alright, thanks for watching, Simon. See you tomorrow, or the day after, or whenever you can. I'll be here, working on the saber. Okay, that should be good. And you know what? I'm going to use E6000 on the connector too. It's way too annoying to use Loctite at the moment. Got to use a very thin layer, of which this is not cooperating. Definitely not a thin layer. Great. I feel like I'm just making all of the wrong choices here today. I just want a very thin layer of E6000 on there. Is that so hard to ask? Awesome, sounds good. See you tomorrow then. Thanks for tuning in, Simon. Okay, let's... Alright, well, that's gonna be that. I'll just rub off the rest.
Anakin, you're breaking
I see someone new in the chat. I'll respond to you soon. Currently working on trying to get this back in. Probably should have just sucked it up and used Loctite again. I can always fix that. What the heck this is? I just should have used Loctite again. The E6000 is not cooperating like I want it to. This is what I get for cutting out all of my hardships in my build videos and stuff. You guys just get to see it live. I promise, normally it's not like this. I'm just gonna clean it up here. Very important to me for this build to be super clean. So of course, I make all the decisions to make my life way harder. Okay. With D6000 though, you can just rub it off here. Which is why it's really nice. Leaves behind no mess, really. Be a little bit of trouble, though. As you can see, it kind of clumps up. It's not very smooth. Which is my main issue here. Okay. Alright, almost got it. Just gotta get the last of it here. It's better that I rub it off now than having to deal with the mess later. If I were to actually push it all in. Looks pretty clean now. Okay, I think maybe I should put the E6000. Of course, I'm just gonna go right back to E6000, but when I said I probably shouldn't, but I'm gonna try it a little different this time. That's why I'm doing this. I'm not just doing the same thing again. I'm gonna put the E6000 in here instead of on the connector. That way, when I push the connector in, hopefully it's not gonna leave behind a lot of residue.
In my life, as I am right now.
And anything that it does push will go into the saber instead.
Lost
So let's
without you, Padme.
put that there.
I never
It's good.
realized
Yeah, no, this is a great idea.
this
This is a fantastic idea.
so much. I just hope
Where'd my music go? Ah, there it is.
too much longer till I'm able to be with you again.
So the audio levels on the stream are all good? I hope the audio quality is still good. I checked it a bunch this afternoon before I came on the stream. Just to make sure that it blocked out the fan sounds, it didn't sound too annoying, because last stream was annoying. I did not like the way that sounded. And now I have music to help distract you guys in the silence. Plus, I'm listening to it too, which helps. Helps a lot. Clearly, it doesn't help me with my decision-making skills. You know what? That's probably fine. Okay, time to pull the wires to make everything good. Audio quality is good. That's awesome to hear. Okay. Oh, that should be good. Nope, it is not good because there's a wire in the way. Why is there a wire in the way? What are you doing there? Go away. What's going on? Is this wire blocking me? Yeah, and that wire was blocking me. Okay. There we go. Should be good now. E6000's a bit messy, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Just have to work on cleaning it. Not too bad. Pretty good. The E6000 leaves a little bit of a white residue, but I can pretty much pull most of it out. And this is going to take forever to cure, so I won't focus too hard on pushing everything in. Yeah, I'll deal with all of that later. That's going to be good enough. Does not want to sit in there, though. Okay, time for a quick test. Lights, motor, works just fine. TikTok can't see it. There. Cool, very cool. Alright, so it spins really well.
Ended. The Clone War has.
We'll see how it spins around the crystal. Man, what do I do about this thing? I should not have used E6000. Jeez. I'm regretting the decision again. Just because it's going to take forever to cure, and I have to hold it in place that whole time. Oh, Kletsy, sorry. Hold on, let me read your first message here. It says, thank you for getting me into sabers. Yeah, no problem. You install and sell them now. That's awesome. That's really cool. Korbanth, Ogdo Killer, Crimson Lord. That's awesome. Is that, are those all in your personal collection, or are those ones you've made for other people? But yeah, thanks for tuning in, even though you have to go to class. And I'll see you maybe in a couple days then, if you're not here tomorrow, because I'll be here for the next couple days. Yeah, I'm also surprised, Archer. I'm surprised the live stream hasn't died on either end.
I will never yield to you, girl. You'll have to kill me.
That might be the Mandalorian way.
All right, you know what? I'm just gonna keep moving on.
Not anymore.
So this next section that I'm going to be working on is the crystal chamber, because I have this top section pretty much figured out. The connector just needs to cure, because I used E6000, which means it's going to take a while. Alright, this needs to warm up. But it's going to take a while for it to cure, so I want to get everything else done that I wanted to get done today. I'm going to get that finished so that I can just use some rubber bands to hold it all in place and cure for the rest of the day. I have not tried the KR V3.5. I want to. I've tried the Quantum Strip from, Sabertech and Saberbay. That's really cool. I have not tried KR's 3.5, but I'm sure they're really, really awesome. But it is similar to the quad pixel strip that is from Sabertech and Saberbay. And it's awesome. It's really nice. Makes it brighter. Everything's even more evenly lit. It's just better. But I'm also using a 7/8 inch blade. I have it for my MB Saber's lightsaber. So I don't know how the 1 inches compare, but no matter what, it's going to be better. I just hope it's not too heavy. I don't think it is, though, because those pixels are barely anything. So what I'm doing now is just taking this apart from the test contraption, and then I'm going to start working on the crystal chamber portion. And I actually should be able to work on all of that independently from this top section. So what I might do I might use a rubber band or something to try and hold this in place. We will see. Maybe I'll use a clamp or something instead. Rubber band would be kind of tricky. Favorite site other than the favorite saber site other than custom sabers? Probably the Saber Armory. The Saber Armory is the best lightsaber place. Aside from that, I use Saberbay for the electronics too. The custom saber shop is good. Roman Props. Roman Props is a great place to go. Trying to figure out the best way to clamp this. Maybe I can't. Maybe there is no best way to clamp it. I wish I had, like popsicle sticks. That'd be great. Something flat. Do I have anything flat? Probably have an extra pair of tweezers here. So what I want to do is I want to have a flat object sit on top of here so it cures straight.
Anakin Skywalker was weak. I
What is your profile picture? What I have right now is it's really small. I think it's a hooded Jedi with a lightsaber. You connect to three neopixel strips in triangle shape. Yeah, you can do that, but it makes it heavier, and it does draw more power. The benefit of the quad strip is that it's all on one strip, so it saves a lot of weight. It also doesn't use quite as much power, as the pixels are tiny. But yeah, if you look up Civilized Sabers, he's been making really insane lightsaber blades for a long time. They're very expensive, but he does have like a quad thing, so he had them in a square, and then he had the triangle thing, I think, as well. What the heck do I do to cure this thing? I don't know. I should have just used Loctite. Wow. I need to put that in my notes. Just be very careful with it. But I'm glad the motor works now. Don't have to worry too much about that. I'm gonna put the MB Saber string away.
Commander Rex, you're in violation of Order 66. I accuse you of treason against the Republic. You will be dealt with, and we will deploy the garrison.
I've done this before. Why can't I remember how it's done?
Garrison bonus activate.
Trying to put this clamp on here. I mean, it kind of works. A little bit. I have a second clamp somewhere. You don't know if they ship there? Yeah, I have no idea. You'd have to ask them. Okay. Clamping it, but that doesn't seem to be helping much. $600 LEDs in the Pentastar? Yeah. Yeah, he has a lot of stuff packed in those blades. They really suck up a lot of power. Alright, whatever. I'm just gonna leave this as it is. Oh, great. The clamp just fell off. Should have just used the Loctite. Alright. I could probably just redo it. Do I have to redo it again? Probably. Fine. Let's redo this thing again. Rub off all of the E6000. I should have just used the Loctite to begin with. Because then it'll cure immediately. I can set it exactly where I want it. I don't have to babysit it. I'll just be very careful. Why are there 12 people on TikTok? Why is this interesting to you guys? Okay, 11 people, that's better. I think this is an 11-person stream on TikTok, that sounds about right. I may not get as much done today as I was hoping, because I came across so many problems. I caused so many problems with my decision making on this glue. Use Loctite when possible. And be very careful with it as to not mess anything up. Must be bright. Imagine turning the blade to white. Yeah, that'd be crazy. Yeah, I've always wanted to see one of Civilized Saber's blades in person. But they're very expensive, so I just never got one. Yep, just gonna spend a bunch of time here cleaning the glue back up again, so that I can put on the Loctite. Go. And a little tip for you guys who deal with not Loctite E6000. I find that if you want to remove it pretty cleanly, just twist it, and then it'll peel itself off almost naturally. It'll get a lot of it. There we go. Something happened here. $700 for a blade. Oof. Wow. Yeah, that is quite pricey. I'd have to see it in person before I buy it. Maybe. Or I just have a bunch of money and then spend it. Okay, not too bad. Still just slowly peeling off all of this glue. You saw videos about clear PC tube or the white one? Yeah, but on screen it's not clear which is better. Which one do you think I should go for? It depends who makes the blade, really. Because the main issue with the clear tube is the fact that it doesn't get to have as much diffusion in the blade. Because the trans white tube just naturally adds another layer of diffusion. So if you can somehow get some extra diffusion in a clear blade... I like clear blades a lot more. I like the sort of look it gives. You get a better color out of clear blades because I guess that lack of diffusion on the very outer perimeter. So you get a better color. So the blues are more blue, greens are more green, reds are more red. Because with the trans white tubes, they all get whitewashed. A little bit washed out. So I like the clear tubes. But also if you want to have a little more diffusion, the trans white is going to be where you want to go. Sorry about being off screen for everybody. Just been trying to get all this glue off. And I'm absolutely not going to use any acetone because E6000 doesn't need it. And doing acetone or any kind of thing like that onto this plastic chassis is just going to ruin the look. It's going to make it pale, make it ugly. We do not want that. What I'm doing is I'm using this outer protection layer for my tweezers to sort of rub on it. And then time for the old twist method, which works super well. Okay, we're getting there. Just a little bit at a time. Almost there. As long as everything still works, we are good. Alright, I want to try... Okay, I want to try putting everything together. See what it looks like. Yeah, that's pretty good. Alright. Looks pretty clean to me. Now I just have to add that tiny bit of Loctite to lock everything in place. And then we're gonna finally move on. Hopefully this is the last time I say that. Started watching on 3 devices to see which is faster. Who's your Switch? Your fist? Your Switch is faster? But you can't use it to comment. Wow. Okay. Everything is going just fine. Okay. All the wires are good. Just need to add a tiny bit of Loctite everywhere. And be very, very careful. Okay. Gonna be very careful with this. Because this one I cannot clean up. Start over here, I guess. Very good. Okay, that'll be fine. And then over here on this side, it's gonna be harder. Okay, that's gonna be all I do. Now, push it all in. Gonna make sure everything is in line before I do. Looks like it's all in. Okay. That's that. Okay, let's test it, make sure it all works. And then move on with our lives. I have not done D&D because, you know, it seems pretty complicated, and I don't know if I really want to get into that complex of a thing, but it seems really fun. I tried playing the Baldur's Gate, but I just never got around to finishing it. I feel like I just barely started it too. Button works. That is perfect. Okay, all that looks great. Just have to reattach my test kit, test it, and then move on. That's positive. Negative. It's pretty unfortunate that the Rey Saber build that I'm putting on live, where you can see the whole process, is me making a bunch of mistakes. Ones that I haven't made before. But it is what it is, you guys get to see the real thing. And kind of how you should work through any kind of hang-ups you come across. This is tricky. Okay. Motor negative, positive, negative. Data 1 doesn't matter. Blade detection doesn't matter. Data 2 goes to purple. If you get used to it, you get to really enjoy the fun role-play and adventure. Yeah, see, now that sounds like the fun part. I'm sure one day I'll give it a try. But for now, that's kind of what's keeping me away. It's just, I don't know if I have that kind of patience at the moment and dedication to make it work. Ground. Late to the party? Well, that's perfectly fine, because you got to miss out on a bunch of embarrassing mistakes that I've made. That's wasted like an hour and a half of my time. I accidentally messed up the motor, or gluing the motor, so I glued it a little too high while I was trying to adjust things. Took me forever to undo that. And then the motor wouldn't work when I tested it again, so I had to readjust some things to make it work. And then gluing the connector at the top caused me a lot of trouble too, because first I used Loctite, but then that wasn't as straight as I wanted it to be, and then the motor didn't work, so then I had to take it apart, check the motor, fix the motor. I tried putting the connector back on with E6000, but I didn't like it. Then I tried it again with E6000, still didn't like it. So I just ended up cleaning all of that up and then going with the Loctite, just very carefully.
There is no try.
And that took a long time. Data 1, blade detection. Negative to negative, positive to positive. What is this? Motor negative, button, data 2. Should be good. Let me just make sure everyone can see this. Hopefully it's a success. Alright, so it's on. There we go. Okay, we're still good. So gluing everything in didn't mess anything up. So, I'll give you guys a little bit of a look on TikTok. All the lights light up, the motor is moving. YouTube. Awesome. We'll turn that off. You can sort of see it cycle through the colors. Blue works, green works, purple works, orange, yellow, and red. Cool. So the data seems to be working just fine. Motor is working again, finally. Everything's glued in place. sick and tired of working on this top section, so let's work on that crystal chamber. So now we don't even have to worry about clamping this down because I used Loctite. So everything is good. Let's have a closer look. Looks great. No glue residue. Everything is pretty much locked in place. Looks awesome. Let's put that aside. Sheesh. Next up, we have the crystal chamber. Don't need any of you. You're gonna be useful. You guys are gonna be useful. And then, I guess, I need the NeoPixel. Ah, man, this is gonna take me a while. I need the pixel thingy. Then I need the crystal. But before then, I think I'm going to pause for a little while. Take a small break, go to the bathroom, that kind of thing. I'm just gonna try and check how I pause. Okay, I can pause on TikTok, so I'll be back TikTok. Paused. For I guess 5 minutes. And then I'm gonna pause for a second on here somehow. Maybe I'll just Alright, I'm back. There we go. Let's see where we get to go from here. Alright, so we're working on the crystal chamber next. We're gonna need single pixel. I need to sand that down or file it down a bunch. I'm gonna turn off the soldering iron for a second. No worries, Archer. I'll see you next time. See you tomorrow. Hopefully I'll have a bunch done by then. And then you get to see all the cool bits. I appreciate all of your contributions to the stream. We don't need this yet. So we can put this off to the side. Let me take a look at my notes here. If you guys weren't here before, I have notes for my lightsaber build. Let's see here. One positive 22 gauge, yep. For positive, negative, data 2, blade detection, resistor for motor, did that. Motor positive, resisted. Positive to positive. Motor negative to channel 4. Yep. And then medium pixel ring above motor, did that. Do I have a large pixel ring? Which pixel ring did I put up there? Let's see. How many pixels is on here? Alright, yeah, this is the right size. What pixel did I do up here? Because I have a small one here. What did I put in there? What the heck? I might have just put my large pixel ring in the top instead of the medium pixel ring. Well, that's fine. That just means there's a lot more pixels up top. I'll have to adjust my, what do you call it? Adjust my accent pixel sequencing to include all the extra pixels. Wow, alright then. Guess this is gonna have 2 large pixel rings. Because I need the large pixel ring to go in here. Let's see, what to do. Put these off to the side. I have a small pixel ring in here. Then I also have a medium pixel ring, 2 of them. And then large pixel ring. So I must have used a large pixel ring in the top. I didn't know that even fit in there. Alright, well, it's gonna have a lot of pixels. So with this section, the crystal chamber, I'm gonna be replacing the fake crystal, this one here, with a real one. And I believe this is the one that I am choosing. Close up for TikTok. This is my Kyber crystal. For YouTube, this is the one. And it's gonna go in here. We're gonna put the crystal in last, so that we have space to put everything else. Now, the section I need to set up is the single pixel with a pixel strip sort of tail behind it, which is going to be 7 pixels long. Let's see, it's going to be large pixel ring and turbine, medium pixel ring above motor. I put the large one up there, so that's what it is. And then, yeah, 7 pixels. So I need to use 7 of these. And I'm basically going to attach... Took me forever to come up with this the first time. A lot of iterations. But basically, I'm going to attach my 7 pixels, once I chop this up, to the back end there, and then diffuse it with some heat shrink and whatnot. But first, I need to file down the single pixel so that it fits in here. So that is the boring stuff I'm going to be doing now. And then it needs to be insulated with E6000. So let's see here. Where are my filing tools? This should work. So why don't we get right to it? First things first, round off all of the sharp edges. See, in my build videos, I just give you like 0.3 seconds of this, 1 second maximum of me just sanding or filing down the edges so everything works. But since it's live, you have to sit through the whole torturous process with me. And I appreciate it.
Like a panther.
At least on YouTube you get some music to listen to.
This is the way.
Just gonna round out these edges and then make this whole thing much smaller. There we go. It says I have 9 viewers on TikTok. If any of you are there, chime in, and then we can have a conversation. But I'm just doing some really boring stuff right now. What are you all up to? Why are you sitting in my live? What are you guys doing? Because clearly you're not being entertained by me just sanding this. So I'm guessing you have it on in the background while you're doing other things. And on TikTok it's even more questionable because, like, I don't even have music playing. It's literally just me here, air conditioning, probably causing some noise, and then slowly sanding. Cheeto's born? Cheto's born? Hello. How do I say that? Cheto? Cheeto? Is that your name? Cheto? I think it's Cheto. Something like that. Welcome to the live stream. I spent the first 3.5 hours of this live stream basically making this section here, which should have been done an hour and a half ago probably, but I made some mistakes, had to fix them. You were doing dishes? Nice, yeah. You know what? I listen to live streams and mainly YouTube videos and stuff while I do dishes. I'll try my best to keep the audio interesting so that you at least have something interesting to listen to and it's not just... Well, you get to listen to music since you're on YouTube. Glad I added that today. Did I have a faster way of doing this? I don't know. Chet Osborne. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's not Cheetos born. That's funny. Chet Osborne. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. Wow. Great, I have that recorded for all of time. If someone manages to sift through, what has it been now? 7-8 hours total of building this lightsaber? Chet Osborne. Internet name. Got it. I wish I had an internet name. My name is my real name. But I also don't wish, because, you know, I made that choice consciously. Because I thought, why come up with something fake? Anything I'm doing online, it's just gonna be best if I own up to it. It also makes sure that you don't do anything stupid if you have your real name. I find it's a lot... Well, I figure it's a lot easier to do dumb things online when it's not your real name or you're hiding behind like a pseudonym or something. A pseudonym and a real name is the same thing, so. Plus, I want to do honest work with lightsabers and anything else I do, so it's best I have my real name on there. However, the YouTube account I use normally is not my real name. I don't use this account to do my normal watching of things. I just made this account so I could post all my videos and whatnot. So the account that I do watch YouTube videos and whatever else on, at least on YouTube, not like TikTok. TikTok, I use my normal account that you see. My YouTube is my video game username or video game handle that I've used for like 12, 13 years, something like that. So that's the account I use for my normal activities, just watching YouTube and whatnot. But I never comment anything, which is interesting. Do you guys have a lot of subscriptions? You just subscribe to a lot of people? Because I never used to be like that, but over time, my subscription feed has just gotten larger and larger, at least on YouTube. And the majority of them I don't even watch, not anymore. Or maybe I never did. Maybe I just subscribed because I thought I'd watch them.
It's resistance.
Wow, I'm really delving into madness here if I'm just talking about YouTube subscriptions and usernames and whatnot. I should find something more interesting to talk about. I'm filing down this pixel. Single pixel. Super interesting. Does it fit? Nope, not yet, but it's getting there. This is a very important part of the build, because this is what took me the longest the first time I made this lightsaber. Because what it wants you to do is it wants you to file down the edges, but also sort of chamfer it, give it a little bit of a ledge, a curving to it, so that it sits and doesn't make contact with the brass, because the main issue is if any of these contacts at the bottom of the pixel make contact with the brass that it's sitting in underneath the crystal, it's going to fry it. And I've done that a lot. But what I found is best is not filing down the pixel all the way, because to the point where it works, because if you do that, the pixel's just going to stop working, because I guess you end up destroying it if you sand it too much or file it too much. So what I end up doing, and what you'll see later, is I basically just file this down so it fits into the area it's supposed to, and then I use E6000 in order to give it that insulation between the solder point, the pads, the solder pads, and the brass it's sitting in. And that works perfectly every time. I say that now, but you know, the way this live stream is going, it's probably going to get messed up, and I'm going to fry a bunch of things, and it's going to go terribly, but you can't think like that. You got to think positive. I just had a lot of trouble in the beginning, and now I'm on a roll. Everything and the rest of this build is going to be just fine. So my plan for today initially was to get the top portion done, the crystal portion done, which includes the sort of energy pulsing pixel strip that I'm setting up. That includes that in the crystal chamber. And then I also wanted to set up what I call the turbine area right underneath it, which should be pretty simple. And then once all that is done, I would call it a day. Now, whether I get to that point before I get too hungry or too tired of doing this live stream, I'm already pretty hungry, but I can wait until I'm finished. We'll see if we get to that point, but that's the goal. That's the plan. Everything else here should be pretty simple and straightforward. This build for myself or for a customer? This is for a customer. This one here is for myself. This is the initial one. I call it my prototype because I was experimenting a lot. A lot of things I did in here I don't do in my future builds, all the ones I did afterwards for customers. And I do it better in the ones for the customers. Like the usage of the pixel rings. And just the size of the wires, where I place the resistors, how I place the soundboard, etc. It's all way better in the customer's one. But this one's for a customer. He wants it to be clean, which means this is going to be the first unweathered Rey chassis that I've made. So hopefully it looks pretty cool at the end. But it also means it's vitally important that I don't mess up the plastic or the metal. Oh, we're making progress. Almost there. There's just a couple bits here. Okay. I give it another 5 minutes of filing. And then it should be the right size. We're very close to having it fit. And since I don't have to do what I explained earlier, which is create that little ledge, since I insulate it with E6000, we can move on to just setting this up with the pixel strip, the 7 pixel strip. And then also setting it up with heat shrink, clear heat shrink. Can't remember how many layers I used for that. But with the heat shrink, I also sand the heat shrink in order to make it more diffused. Otherwise, it does very little to no diffusion. My personal one looks nice. Yeah. I really like the weathered version because it brings out all of the tiny details in the metal. I really like the weathered version, but he wanted the clean one, so we're making it clean, and we'll see how it comes out, and I'll have some cool comparison. I'll be able to compare them. That's what I'm trying to say. It makes more sense for it to be clean, maybe, on the inside. My thought process is that the inside of a lightsaber gets pretty hot, so there should be a little bit of heat staining at least. Should be a little bit of dirt. But probably not much, because it's not like it's being exposed to the elements or anything. And it should run pretty cleanly, but I don't know. There we go. Okay, so the pixel fits, as you can see. If I can pop it back out. Nope. Why is it not popping out? Don't cause me even more problems. There we go. You know what, maybe I'll file it a little bit more so that it's not sticking in there. Not bad. Almost there. Okay, let's try it now. Perfect. All right, take a look. There we go. The pixel fits perfectly where it's supposed to be. And for you TikTok people, pixel fits perfectly where it's supposed to be. Now that does not mean it's going to work. Like I said before, these pads at the bottom are going to make contact with the brass if we don't do anything about it, and that's going to fry it. And I've done that plenty of times before. Do not want to do it. So, what we're going to do is add E6000 to it in the final step, which is coming soon. Where's my pixel strip? There it is. So we're going to take this pixel strip and we're going to set it up. Here's a good look. to take some wire cutters and count out 7 pixels, and you want to make sure it's going in the right direction. So the data is going from this way up there, and the power as well. So when you cut it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you're going to want to cut directly above that pixel in this direction. That way you're still able to use the pixel over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, in the past I had to figure out how I was going to do this. I had tried to curl it, but these are very fragile. If you bend them, it's super easy to break them. So you got to keep them straight. And then I kept messing up the length. The length that you need for this in order to fit perfectly is 7. So 7 pixels. Now, how I'm going to do this is the data is going to come in from here, from the speaker. So the speaker is going to have some pixels, and that's going to be the beginning of the pixel sequence. And it's going to go from there all the way to here, and this is going to be the data in. And then the data out is going to be over here. Which, now that I think about it, I think I messed it up. When you cut it and you want it to continue, you need to leave pads at the other side of the pixel. You can't just cut it off, or else this pixel isn't gonna act proper. It's gonna mimic the pixel that you connect to it. So let's do it from here then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then you leave that bit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then you leave that. It does mean you will lose a pixel, but that's just the nature of it. So you're going to lose the use of one of the pixels on that strip you cut it from. Alright, so now it works. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and you have to make sure it has the pads on the opposite side. That way you can continue without any interruption. And you'll kind of see what I mean later, or maybe you won't. Maybe I'll forget about it. It's likely I'll forget about it. And then you have to take note of which direction it goes. So the data goes from left to right when you can read everything properly. So this is going to be the data in, this is going to be the data out. So you want the data out to connect with the data in on the single pixel, and then you're going to want a data out on the single pixel to go all the way back out, and we're going to connect it with the pixel ring that we set up at the top. Bit complicated, but yeah, that's just how it is. So, let's use our handy dandy helping hands and then get to work. See here, data in and data out. This thing needs to heat up properly. There we go. That's data in. That one's data out. We have positive and negative. We're all set there. Very hot, very hot. So now the trick is going to be trying to get all of the wires as short as possible. Because we want to make sure that this pixel strip is as close to the single pixel as possible, so we don't have any gaps. Something like that. So there's no gaps. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to work on setting up the strip. So we already determined that the data goes from left to right when you can read the words on here. So this is where the power is going to come in. So let's add some solder onto the data pad. Power, both positive and negative. There we go. These are also very fragile. It's super easy to burn them, so you have to be very careful with them. And then we're going to need... Yeah, I think the power will go through this into the pixel. It does not have its own power source. There we go. Have to be very careful with it. Now, let's see. Yeah, let's put them together. So the goal is to try and get the pixel strip to be right in the center of the single pixel. That way, when we put it in everything aligns perfectly and there's no interruptions. So it looks like data... Wait, this is going to be the data in, so it has to be the opposite way. This is data out. It's very important to keep track of the direction the data goes and the direction that the power goes. And we already determined data goes from left to right and power goes from left to right when you can read it. But now it's upside down. So we're going to do something like that. Is that about as close as I want it? Maybe. Something like that. So we have to get the data from this pad to the middle, positive to the opposite, and then negative to the opposite. I'm curious, can I swap it? I'll flip it over. Would that work just fine? Probably. That might be a little easier, maybe? We'll give it a shot. Let's swap them. Okay, so it goes from left to right. Something like that. Then I can flip it over. There we go. So now I can just attach them directly. It'll be a little easier this way. A little bit less twisting.
Without the council. And without you.
Something like that. Maybe? Is that going to be long enough? Or should I just do a bunch of the twisting? Maybe I'll just do a bunch of the twisting. Because I would prefer to have it... to have the pixels a lot closer to the middle. Okay, that'll be fine. Now, the question is, how do we connect it? Is cutting these wires super short, like I said yesterday, is very difficult because they like to just strip the entire sheathing off. 30 is going to be for power. 32 is going to be for data. Yeah. $32 is going to be for data. Has to be super small. Although I could do 30. Maybe I'll just do 30. Go from 30 to 32. Is that going to be fine? I think so. Hope so. No, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to go all the way. Let's just do 32. Let's see here. I need to cut it even more. Jeez. I have to make these wires super tiny. Okay, so now there to there. That'll work just fine. And if you guys are interested, this is how tiny the wire is that I just cut. There you go. There we go. That's one side of it done. Boom, data has been attached. Not so bad. So now the power. Positive will go over there. Negative will go over there. Gotta make it really tiny. And that one's messed up because it's too small. There we go. Okay, I have a really tiny 30 gauge wire now. Is that going to be the right size to go from there to there? Pretty much. In reality, it should all be much closer though. Like that. Oh no, where'd it go? Okay. There to there. I can make it a little bit smaller. Yep, that should be fine. Okay, so the positive is on the accent strip now. Positive will be going over to the positive on this single pixel. Something like that. Gotta make sure it's not touching anything it shouldn't. Okay. And they're so tiny, it's hard to make sure that none of the pads are touching each other. One more 30 gauge wire. Go. Okay, that should be fine. Okay. Here we go. Better work. Ah, we're flying. I think I need better tweezers. This is hard. Nope. Not quite. Oh, is that it? Is it attached? Quite possibly. it just needs to curve. Right there. There we go. Okay. The pixel strip has now been attached to the single pixel. I am just double checking to make sure nothing is accidentally touching each other. Should be fine. Should be fine. It's really hard to tell on the tiny pixel strips because they're tiny. But here, YouTube, you can have a look. This connection right there between the pixel strip and the pixel, the single pixel. Super tiny. Can't really tell, but they're as separate as they can be. And then for TikTok, super tiny. I had to make them as small as I can so that I could bend it upwards without any issue. I had to make it tiny so that I could, something like that. It's close to the middle, not entirely, but it's good enough. Positive to positive, negative to negative, data goes to data. Just making sure that nothing is connecting. Maybe I'll move the data over ever so slightly just in case. Just gotta move it over tiny little bit. There we go. That's good. Oh yeah. Very, very clear that they are not touching each other. YouTube can check first. Very clear. Not touching. Clear to me, but it's harder on the camera. Definitely not touching. We're good. So now I'm going to set up the data out, which is going to be 32 gauge. And I'm going to make sure it goes all the way through from the bottom up here, because this is what's going to attach to our upper pixel strip, our pixel ring. I think I can stick it in the middle here. Yeah, there we go. Very nice. Maybe I'll make it a little cleaner.
part.
Not too bad. Just need to squish it down a little bit. Ah, but in doing that, it always moves it over to the side. Don't like that. There we go. Very hot, very hot. Alright, that'll work. So now I have the data out. This guy. This is what's connecting to our pixel ring at the top of the lightsaber that we just set up. We're going to connect it at the turbine area, which is going to be in here. So all of this is set up like that. So this is going to sit right about there. That's going to go there. Not too bad. Now I just need to set up the positive, negative, and data in. So the data in is this guy, and it's gonna go from here all the way to the back end. We'll just do this. I'm gonna have a lot of extra wire, but that's okay, as long as I get through this build. Might not look like it, but we're making a lot of progress here. Perfect. And before I forget, I'm going to label the data out. Because again, this is all black. Labels are difficult. TikTok, Abdurrahman. Yes, it's a lightsaber. This is a Master Chassis lightsaber. I've made it 4 times before. It's going to end up looking like this, but shiny and clean, rather than weathered. Okay. Let's data out. And I'm using all black wires, which makes life really hard. And you have to label them as you go. Data out, that's close enough. This is data in.
As I am right now. I'm completely lost without you, Padme.
Real Jedi use the Force to repair. Who did you kill to get it?
I could even
Well, I'm not telling you that. That's going to incriminate me.
so much. I just hope it won't be too much
I know no one said I did anything to anyone to get it. Maybe I just found it.
again.
Who knows?
I wonder if your feelings on this matter are clear, Lord Vader.
You'll inform the Jedi Council? Does the Jedi Council even really exist anymore? Let's see, where's this going? This is the positive. It's gonna go from there to there, roughly. I'll just get 2 of these. Here we go. This is going to be our positive and negative. Okay. We're making good progress on this, as long as it works. Can you guys even see this? I don't know. Probably. Anyone on TikTok, if you guys are interested in listening to some music, I have it playing over on YouTube, on my YouTube live stream. Or you could just look it up yourself. It's Closed on Sunday, Star Wars Lo-Fi live stream. There we go. Oh, my AirPod's dying. There we go. We're getting closer. We're at 4.5 hours. I have not made that much progress today, because I've made mistakes after mistakes, but that's okay. Everything is turning out just fine. Ben McBean, hello on YouTube. You've been looking into getting a lightsaber for a Vader cosplay. Do you know if the Saber Factory is a good brand to buy from? I have no idea who the Saber Factory is. What you want, just let me know. Are you looking for something that's more accurate to the movies? Are you looking for something that works, that doesn't work? Are you looking for something that is, like, what kind of price range are you looking at? Because I have a lot of different options you can look into. Ground. I think the most important thing is your price range and what you're looking for. Whether you want it to be highly accurate, want it to be working, or if you want it to work eventually, so you could get an empty one and then get someone to install it or install it yourself. But ultimately, it all depends on your budget, what you're willing to pay for that kind of thing. Alright, so this one here is positive. This one here should be the negative. $300 to $400, looking for something that looks pretty similar but doesn't need every detail to be the same to the movies. Alright, so you're probably looking for one of the you want something to work, you want it to be close enough that it passes.
The Clone War has.
I would recommend, within that price range, you're probably still going to be looking at the LGT or TXQ, either drop shippers or resellers. Don't go with drop shippers. Resellers are better. Of the resellers that I am familiar with, I don't know if Imperial Workshop does replica sabers, but if they do, head over there. I have a 5% off discount thing if you use my first name as the code in all caps, Avery. But I don't think they do replicas. In which case, you could look into CC Sabers is nice. I like CC Sabers. He originally did custom saber stuff, but then he went into the whole reselling business. You could look at Corbanth, see if Corbanth has it, but I don't know if their installs are very good. Okay, so, well, let me see if I can answer your question a bit more. I heard Vire Sabers is good. Dark Wolf Sabers, the Pack Store. P-A-C-H, Pack Store. So Vire Sabers, Dark Wolf Sabers, the Pack Store. You could try CC Sabers. Corbanth is really nice, but I don't know how their installs are. But pretty much you'll be getting either a TXQ or LGT. I would stay away from the LGT version because the buttons are ugly. TXQ have nicer hilts from what I've seen. Something like that. But my expertise lies more in like the higher end stuff, the more accurate to the movies, a little more expensive. Because if you're looking for that, you could go with Roman props and get a replica of the actual like vintage parts that were used for the Darth Vader lightsaber. Or you could go with KR sabers that just finished their new kit at the Saber Armory. Their MPP kit. MPP is what they used for the Darth Vader hilt. Okay, so this is what I'm doing right now. I'm adding heat shrink. Although I probably shouldn't do that yet. Never mind, not adding heat shrink. I have to sand the heat shrink first, but this heat shrink will go over this. It'll go over everything here to hold everything in place and be nice and secure. So what I'm gonna do is measure it out. Probably chop a little bit off of it. Something like that. Yeah, you just have to be careful, Finn, because there's a lot of resellers these days, excuse me, that make, that sell LGT and TXQ hilts and sabers, and they're not going to care about quality, they're not going to care about customer service, etc. They're all selling the same thing just for profit. You want to find a place that has, that actually has stock on hand, where they buy it from the manufacturers, and those Chinese companies, they get it in hand, can check the quality themselves, and then can also deal with customer service if issues come up. That's what you want to look for. Okay, I'm gonna be okay with this one. I think. Yeah. And thank you. I hope my build goes smoothly too. So far, it has not gone the smoothest, but it's not the worst either. Maybe I'll chop a little bit more off. Just a tiny, tiny bit though. Think that's fine right here. Pretty much just gonna stop there. I need to cut off more. The reason I'm being so particular with this heat shrink is because if it sticks out just a little too much at the top, if it sticks out just a little too much, then you won't have as much space to deal with wires and stuff here. It's gonna be a lot of issue. All right, that's it. Now we spend a lot of time sanding it. Sanding, sanding, sanding. And all I do for that is I just do this for a very long time. Now, the reason I sand this is because I want to diffuse the light, or else you're going to be able to, like, see the pixels really well. You don't want to see that. Luckily, I believe some of this is going to be hidden within this plastic bit, which will help diffuse it even more. But I want to make sure the heat shrink is as diffused as I can make it. So for as long as I'm able to take it, I'm going to sand this. I wonder if TikTok sends in bots to just hang out in the live stream. Because there's no way 9 people have been watching this thing for the entirety of its streaming. There we go. Just dropped 2 people. TikTok is on to me. Or I'm on to TikTok and they're trying to hide it. Yeah, what have you guys been up to today? For me, it's 5:41, so I've spent a good majority of my day just doing this. I saw someone here was doing their dishes while watching. Who was it? Was it Dylan? Yeah. And then, don't know who else is on the YouTube live stream. It says there might be 2 people there. Maybe. And then, TikTok, it says there's 7, but I don't believe TikTok. Ooh, it's getting all black. I don't like that. Maybe I'll get a fresh sandpaper.
Commander Rex, you're in violation of Order 66.
Okay, new sandpaper.
I accuse you of treason against the Republic.
Hopefully it doesn't get all black.
You will be dealt with, and we will deploy the garrison.
I suppose I could probably file the inside down too. That could work.
Garrison bonus activated.
Once this is done and I've got everything attached to the top section we worked on, it's going to look like we've done a lot more. Because right now it looks like we've done basically nothing. And I want to diffuse this a lot more than you'd expect because when you use heat to shrink it, all of this sanding that we did, it kind of goes away. Whoops. There we go. There we go. Making good progress here. Very good progress. There we go. This is the better way to do it. Just going to be doing this for a while. So for anyone who is just joining, because TikTok seems to be cycling through a lot of people pretty quickly, I'm building Rey Scavenger Master Chassis. This is Rey's lightsaber from episode 9, at the very, very end when it turns yellow. This hilt actually has that mechanical emitter opening mechanism. So when you turn that cog, the emitter pedals open. But that also means this lightsaber is not for dueling, so I'm making this for show purposes only. And right now, I'm installing what's called a Master Chassis in it. Basically, it's metal, looks like what might exist in, in-universe inside of a lightsaber. It's going to have a crystal. It's going to have some moving parts, so a lot of lights to make things look nice and fancy. And I think that's probably good. Let's see if I can do the inside. Yeah, so if I can file down the inside. This is all for diffusion of this accent strip we're putting inside of the chassis. We're gonna make it look really nice. That's probably fine. Do some extra sanding. Okay, now for the fun part. We're going to put this on the accent little wormy thing that we made. Which side did I cut? This side. Okay. There we go. Looks like I have no viewers on YouTube anymore. Such a shame. They're the most active people there. They comment all the time. People on TikTok just sit here and watch. Nothing wrong with that, though. That's what I do when I do watch live things on TikTok, which is not very often. Perfect. Okay, so have a look, TikTok. We have the diffusion over the pixels. And for you, YouTube, you get to see it too. For anyone who decides to watch it later. So now we're gonna have some fun. It's time to shrink it. So let's put it in our helping hands. Make sure everything is labeled, which it is. We have the positive, negative, data in and data out. So now, for the fun part, you guys, we have some fire. Let's make sure everything flammable's out of the way. We're gonna shrink it, and it's gonna be great. Okay. Shrink it, shrink it, shrink it. Good. Don't want to burn it too much or it starts turning a little black. So it's not too bad, and then I'm going to want to diffuse it even more. Let's have a look. Is that evenly shrunk? Pretty much. Let's do this side. Good. Okay, that's enough. Let's not get fire happy. Now, we wait for a little bit, wait for it to cool off. Because if you sand it when it's not cold, it doesn't sand properly. It doesn't get that nice white film on it. So I guess while we wait for it to cool off, I'm gonna clean up a little bit. Because I've made a mess. Not too bad. Still messy, but not too bad. Okay. Not cold enough yet, so I'm just gonna leave it. Continue cleaning up. So for anyone who's watching, I am building this thing. Just in the clean version for someone else. This is my own. It's going in that hilt. Am I missing a rod? No, there it is. That's what fell there earlier. Almost. It's cooled off. Now it's time to diffuse it even more. Because if you can see, it's not as diffused as I would like it. The point of diffusion is to try and hide the pixels so that the light disperses evenly, or as evenly as possible. And it's really hard to do with a single layer. I think maybe in the future I'll try wrapping it in diffusion film for blades, and then putting heat shrink on it. Don't know if that'll do much. I don't know if I'll accidentally burn it. But we're basically just gonna use this single layer of heat shrink as diffusion. And yes, I even get the backside, because the backside, I want it to distribute light on there as well. And it's important to keep this thing as thin as possible, because we're going to be shoving it into this, which is very thin, very narrow, along with a bunch of other wires, all the ones over here. 2 concurrent viewers? No way. I have 2 more viewers on YouTube. I assume that's what that means. So we're just going to keep at it. Keep using the sandpaper to diffuse it as much as possible. Never get too much diffusion here. Then once this is done, we use E6000 to protect the bottom. That way when we put it in here, it won't fry. And then I think I might have to call it a day at that point, maybe, or maybe I'll just set it up and then work on the turbine and then I'll have to connect it tomorrow. I think that's what's going to happen. Because E6000 takes a long time to cure, and you don't want to rush it, so I'm just going to get the E6000 set today, let it cure overnight, get to work on it tomorrow, and then connect everything. And then by tomorrow I'll also have the main chassis. Just constant diffusion. Yeah, tomorrow I'm also going to figure out how to set up TikTok with music. I think I'm just going to have to set up a stream for YouTube, a stream for TikTok, both on my desktop. Use TikTok Studio, maybe? Okay. That's probably as diffused as I'm able to make it. Now let's have a look. This is how this is going to get set up. You have this plastic thing. Oh man, hopefully I don't have to sand too much of the inside to make space. I've had to do that in the past and it's a nightmare. And then this goes here. Yes. Like that. And then this will sit right about there. We'll go all the way through. There we go. We'll go from about there all the way through. That's good. Yep. Gonna sit like that and go all the way through. Okay. So now I have to set up my helping hands kind of like that. There we go. And then we use E6000. And we just give it a very generous coat. Basically just make a whole big circle around it. This both insulates the pads from touching the brass, as well as protects the joints and whatever, so they won't break. So hopefully that's good. Should be good. And I'm just gonna add a little bit at the top, just to be super secure. There we go. Perfect. There we go. Alright, so now we have this thing, this little worm, all set up. I'm gonna put it in the back so we just leave it there, forget about it, let it cure for however long it needs to cure for. Now, let's work on this. This is the easiest part. Hopefully, we don't have to open this up too much. So this is a large pixel ring. It's going to go right here. I'm just deciding whether I should glue it in now or wait. We'll sand it down a little bit. Because it looks like, since Shapeways is what this used to be from, this is probably printed in a different way so I can see more print lines. Don't really want to see them. This will all go in here.
Never tell me the odds.
Alright, well, sanding kind of works. Filing works better. Not bad. Guess I might as well do the rest of this. Make it a bit diffused. For any of you on the live stream, just a reminder, this is a Rey Master Chassis. We're making some progress. We'll make a lot more progress once everything gets put together, but we're just doing the tiny pieces right now. Getting all the extra accent pixels, not pickles, worked up. And right now, I am just sanding this plastic bit to get a little bit of extra diffusion in there. Just a little bit of extra.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Not bad. We're getting there. That's not too bad. That's gonna be fine. Because all of this goes in here, and then there. There we go. And you're really not going to see too much of it. It's going to be something like that. Maybe not that bright. Not that dim either. But it gives you an idea. So right now we have a lot of stuff just sitting here. What I can probably do next, I can add this cage and then glue it in place. That could work. Because I know this works for sure. So I think I'm safe to put the cage on it. Not sure if I want to do this part just yet. I think I want to wait on it because it's super easy to do. I'm just gonna wait. I think I'm gonna set the rest of this up now. So that means I have to move all of these wires in here. I want to make sure the hinges are back here and the hinges are on this side. So I want to put it in like this. So let's just get to it one at a time. Is it possible to put these wires through without taking the tape off? Because if you guys see, all of this is black wire. And that means you have no idea what each wire does unless you have a label. And that's what these blue tapes are. They're my labels telling me what they do. And it's pretty annoying having to take them on and off every time I want to route the wires somewhere. So every time I can just shove them in with the tape, makes my life a lot easier. What's next? This one? Says I have 3 viewers on YouTube. That's nice. Welcome. 6 viewers on TikTok. Welcome. Although I don't know how many of you are bots that TikTok just sends to fill out their live streams. Because I'm sure they do that. Let's see. Can I reach in, grab the tape, and then move it? No. The tape just stuck there now. There we go. Making a little bit of progress. Ooh, lightsabers. Yes, I found someone on TikTok that sends messages. Hello! And Bob, welcome. You've been here for a while? Yeah, there's no need for you guys to comment at all. It's just, sometimes I feel like there's just bots in there, which there very well might be. But we're making progress. My music's still playing? Yeah. Bob, you should head over to YouTube instead, because you get to enjoy music. Because I set up music over there, and also my audio quality should be a lot better. A lot better than yesterday, at least, and I'm hoping a lot better than my phone, which is what TikTok's running off of right now. tomorrow I think I'm going to try and run TikTok's live stream on my computer as well. That way you guys can get some music if I can figure out how to do that. Yeah, this is a NeoPixel. Thank you for not being a bot, Volcano-chan. It is a NeoPixel, or it will be once it's completed. I don't know if you can count it as a NeoPixel yet. I am using NeoPixels. Or at least that's the trade name for them. And it will be for this Rey lightsaber right there. You just got your first Xenopixel Ahsoka Clone Wars. The Ahsoka Clone Wars are amazing lightsabers. Xenopixel, it's a great entry-level NeoPixel lightsaber. It works great. I've had a lightsaber that was Xenopixel before. Works great. Everything you need. Maybe in the future you can upgrade to maybe a Profi. Pretty much does everything a Xenopixel does, but a little bit better, and a lot more flexibility if you ever want to upgrade in the future. But yeah, always starting somewhere with lightsabers. You gotta be careful though, because when you buy a lightsaber, very often it leads to more lightsabers, and then one day you just have a whole closet of lightsabers, or a whole display case of lightsabers, and then a lot of money goes down the drain of lightsabers. Which is why I make lightsabers, because it's cheaper to make lightsabers than it is to buy them, at least of an equivalent quality and electronic capacity. And also, I continue to make lightsabers to fund my lightsaber hobby, so that's kind of where I ended up. But it's led me to have a bunch of lightsabers in my collection. The addiction, yeah, you gotta be very careful with the addiction, and lightsabers, for whatever reason, it's pretty bad. Because you get one and you're like, I want another one. It looks cool. I want one with slightly better electronics. And then you just start to discover the really, really fancy lightsabers that are super expensive, and then, yeah, it just is a spiral. There we go. Check that out. Do I sell them after I make them? Yeah. If I can. Not a lot of people want to buy lightsabers. However, they do reach out to me to make them for them. So someone, like, for this lightsaber, they contacted me wanting one of the Rey lightsabers I make. So he paid me to make it for him. And that works out a lot better than me just buying a lightsaber to build for myself and then selling it, because then you end up selling it for a lot less. It's harder to find someone, so it's a lot better to just wait for someone to ask you to make a lightsaber for them, and then you've guaranteed it. Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. So, I believe this is going to end up sitting right about there. Pretty much exactly there. And I'll have enough space for the crystal, that's good. If you guys want to see, this is a little sneak peek at the crystal I'll be using. This is a real quartz crystal. Real quartz crystal. I always like using the real ones instead of the plastic ones. Bob, I see you've transferred over to YouTube. Yep, it's much better. Hopefully you enjoy the music. Hopefully it's still playing. Yeah, still playing. Alright, so now I have to figure out glue situation. How do I want to glue this in place? Yep, they pay me to build it because it's cheaper. Well, it's not cheaper for them. It's cheaper to make it for yourself because then you don't pay labor fees. Because a lot of the cost of a lightsaber goes into the actual making of a lightsaber. Rather than the parts themselves. So, yeah. It's not cheaper for them, but they do get a higher quality lightsaber, and they also get me, someone that that they can always go to with their lightsaber if it ever breaks or something goes wrong with it. They can always send it back to me and I'll fix it for them. So they have someone who can work with them, make it as custom for them as possible, and is there for any kind of bad happenings to the lightsaber. So, yeah. I have to figure out how this is glued. How do I want to glue it? Normally I just glue it here. Trying to decide if that's what I want to do here. I want to do that now. Because there's also some spots on the inside, but I don't know if that's going to be visible. Because for TikTok, I'll show you, if you look inside, you can kind of see an exposed rod in there on all four rods. I could put glue there, but I don't know if the glue is going to be visible. YouTube. Kind of exposed on the inside of this crystal chamber area. I don't know. I don't know what the best course of action would be. I think I'm just going to wait to glue it. I'm going to just leave it here for now. I'm going to glue it all in when everything else is in place. So what can I do? Button works. We tested all this earlier. If you want to check it out, it was probably around an hour and a half. I don't know. In the live stream on YouTube. We have this thing being set up. This is what's going to go underneath the crystal. Kind of like that. So the crystal's going to get lit up, and then everything underneath it's going to get lit up as well. And that goes in here. So that's going to be sitting in there, inside there. But since I'm waiting for this to cure, I have to kind of wait. I can probably start routing all these wires through this portion. So I think that's what I'll do. This has to go all the way up here. So I can put the doors on. There we go. Should I put the magnets on now, or should I wait? I could probably put the magnets on. There we go. So once this is fully complete, you'll see that the doors will open, just like that. Doors will open. You can see an example of the finished one on my TikTok page or YouTube. I have a YouTube video on it, on the first one I ever made, which is this guy. I guess I could just show you this. This is what it's going to end up looking like, except this is weathered and this one's going to be clean and shiny. See? Interesting. Then I'm going to need to put a magnet here. I might as well do the magnets now. I have magnets here. I hope they're the right size. 2x2mm. Yep, this is the size. I have a whole package. Alright, you guys, I'm going to be doing magnets. Just a little bit, just 4 magnets for the doors. Because I can't do much until this is fully cured. That thing. Look at all these magnets. So many. Tons of magnets. I just need 4 of them. Now, I like using this pair of tweezers because they're magnetic. So I could just stick them onto it. Then all I have to do is take a little bit of Loctite. I think I'm going to put a tiny bit right in the opening. And then just maybe a little more. There we go. And then push it in, wipe it off, make sure it's nice and flush for TikTok. Magnet, nice and flush for YouTube. Magnet right there, nice and flush. Don't want it sticking out because it'll interrupt the swinging of the door. Now for the other side. There we go. Should be pretty good. Nice and flush. Now try to make them as even as possible on both sides, or else one side of the door is going to be a little bit more or less magnetic. Okay. Now the trick is going to be setting up these magnets. You have to make sure that they're the right polarity, or else they're going to reject each other rather than just magnetize to each other. So for the doors, I think I'll just take them off. It's going to be easier that way. This will go here. That means I need to take this and do that. And just to double check, I'm going to make sure that they are pushing against each other. If you check that the magnets are pushing against each other, that means when you stick them onto the door, they'll magnetize. So let's go ahead and do that, and I'll show you what I mean. Little bit of glue. It's a lot of glue, but it's close enough. And just stick it on. Just like that. Make sure it's flush. Which can be kind of hard because there you go. Hopefully that's good. Yep. Here you go. That's what the door's like. Good magnetism to it too. Magnet on the door. For YouTube, magnet on the door. It's a good hold. Now for the other side. Got to make sure they reject each other. Yep. Time for a little bit of glue. And the magnet goes in. Just testing the magnets. They feel pretty much the same. So now let's put it on. Well, let's put the doors on, I guess. Nope, I have to go on the other side. So we're gonna put the doors on. Doors on both sides. Look pretty good to me. And then it's the slow process of putting all of the wires through these holes here. Because we can do that now, and then we can shove this in there when we're done. Yeah, that's something we can definitely do. So let's go ahead and get that done. Because as long as we don't glue anything in place, if I do mess up the order of operations here, we can just restart it. Take it back apart. I'll leave this one for last. I have 5 viewers on YouTube. That's a new record, probably. Although I think I had 6 earlier on. I apologize for all the noise. Food is being made in the kitchen. So there's a lot of crinkling bags and stuff. And where I'm working is kind of close to the kitchen, so we're gonna get some overlap. Maybe one of these days I'll get an office and then it'll be all isolated from the world. Okay, so it's a very slow process of sticking the wires in there, using some tweezers. Not nearly as difficult as the top part, but just as tedious. We will get there. Just one thing at a time. There we go. Once I get all these wires through, I think that'll be the end of the stream, just so I can go and get some food, and then I have been working on this for 5 hours and 21 minutes so far. Not too bad. Normally I can go for a little bit longer, but that's when I'm not live streaming, because I can go and take breaks occasionally, eat some food, etc. Normally I also start my projects earlier, but I've been starting them later. Can't get over how amazing my patience is. Yeah, patience is something you develop over time. It's not something you get immediately. At least I wasn't blessed with it immediately. You should have seen me earlier when I kept messing things up at the very beginning. All of the, my motor, I accidentally glued in the wrong place, so it was a little too high, so then I had to spend some time using acetone very carefully so I didn't mess up any plastic, to break up the bond of the glue and then redo it, and then the motor wouldn't work at that point, and then the connector at the top didn't sit flat how I liked it, so I redid it, but I redid it with the wrong glue, so I redid that like 2 other times. So yeah, that really tested my patience. Luckily, it was kind of early on, but I've built this lightsaber 5 or 4 other times, so I know how it goes. I know how to fix mistakes, even though those mistakes with the motor from earlier are kind of unusual. You can check them out if you want. They're early on in the stream. It's really annoying. Kind of embarrassing that I messed up so many times, but not too bad. I said earlier that it's kind of what I get for editing out my mistakes. Or, well, I don't edit out my mistakes when I make my build videos. I just don't film them in the first place because I'm a little frustrated. So I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to film this. I'm just going to fix what's wrong, and then I'll film it. I'll get back to it. I'll film again once everything is back to normal. So this is kind of what I get for doing that, is I just showcase mistakes on a lightsaber I've built 4 other times, and these are brand new mistakes. But hey, at least they're not mistakes I've made over and over again. Something new. I can learn from them. But yeah, patience with lightsabers and stuff is just something you get over time. I think it comes with confidence. Because if you build lightsabers enough, if you mess things up, you've fixed them before. So you know how to deal with messed up lightsaber bits. You know how to deal with the frustration. You know you can fix it. It's not the end of the world, etc. So it just comes with a lot of practice, a lot of experience. I probably built over 100 lightsabers, which sounds like a lot, but there's some people who build these lightsabers just constantly. They can basically just live off of lightsabers. I like to take my time with lightsabers. I like to make sure everything I do is quality. Not saying that the people who go quickly don't do quality work, because I'm sure they do. But for me, I can't go quickly or else my quality is probably going to suffer. Plus, it's just not as fun to go quickly. And I like to enjoy making lightsabers. When they start to feel like a chore is when, you know, I stop making videos and etc. It's also difficult making videos in general because the editing process, I'm not good at editing. I need to just sit down and start to properly teach myself how to edit appropriately, how to do it quickly, how to make nice edits. So, that's kind of how all this goes. Don't know how I got to where I got, but I guess that's the nature of live streams. I don't live stream often, actually pretty much never. So I'm trying to get used to responding to comments live and trying to give people my thoughts live. It's hard to keep track of all the questions, how I got to where my thought process is, etc. Thank you, yes, I do like lightsabers a lot. I can't say that I like Star Wars as much as I like lightsabers, at least as of recently. Because I haven't even watched the TV shows. I've watched some of them, but I've been disappointed by a few of them, I guess. The sequel trilogy I'm not a huge fan of. I really like the special effects, because I think seeing Star Wars with modern day special effects is one of the greatest things ever. But I can't say I'm necessarily a fan of the writing or the story or whatever else. So, yeah. I like the original Star Wars, the prequel's great, Clone Wars is awesome, video games are awesome. But I haven't gotten into it like I used to in the past, just because I haven't been motivated. I'm hoping I can get back to it by watching Andor, because I really liked Rogue One, and I hear Andor's amazing. So, hopefully I get up the patience and the nerve to watch it again. Because I really need to watch the originals, it's been a while, and hopefully it'll reinvigorate my passion for Star Wars. Because I love lightsabers. Lightsabers are awesome. Star Wars is also awesome, but as of recently, nothing has really sparked that fire, you know? I'm glad I used 32 gauge wire. Normally I use 30 gauge, but ever since my MB Saber's lightsaber build, I'm a little more confident in using small ones. Plus I have them on hand. So that's pretty cool. I think that's making this build a little easier. And then I make it harder for myself by making mistakes with the glue, but that's kind of how it goes. Okay, the thicker wire is going to be a little harder to get here. How am I going to do this? Hopefully I'm keeping this in line of sight for you guys. Come on. Maybe I need to bend it a little bit. Maybe that'll help. Oh yeah, look at that. That helped a lot. Fantastic. It's really good. Okay. Good. And when working with black wires, you always have to label them. Go one wire at a time, because you don't ever want to take two labels off. Or else you might mix them up and then never figure out what they do. Hard to keep track of all these wires. Should I have done the big ones first? I don't know. Here we go. Got it. Aha! Perfect. All the wires have made it through safely. Yay.
You're a good soldier, Rex.
Don't want them to get all tangled up, though. Good, all right. I can just get it on the rods. There we go. Okay. And then slowly but surely. Perfect. That's great. Might as well. Might as well put it in all the way. We're gonna have to take it out again. But for now, we'll have to take it out in order to put this guy in. Aha! Look at that. Pretty cool. And all the wires are routed down there. Very nice. Okay, a little water break here. So I will have to take this back out in order to put this in. But it's not... No, it's cured pretty well. Well enough for me to continue. I could probably put it in.
I have to sort this out on my own. Without the council. And without
Why not? Let's go for it. Okay. So this part can be a bit tricky. Let me just take it off all the way.
It isn't about you.
There we go. Something like that. Because we basically need to thread the needle in between the wires,
Can't stay here any
right in there, right in there. We gotta put all of the wires from this little doohickey. Shouldn't be too bad. Just have to do one wire at a time. There we go. There we go. One more. Let's see, can I find it in here? Alright, where is it? It's in here somewhere. There we go. Got it. Alright. So we now have our little worm. It's all set up. Now I just need to separate all of these wires. What is going on? It's a mess here. Okay, untangle everything. There we go. There we go. Okay, so this gets pulled downwards this way, and then everything else goes this way, except for this guy. So as long as I have this held down, there we go. Got it. Yep, that's good. So now I just need to orient the wires in a way that's not going to block the pixels, because I want as much of the light to come through as possible. Is it done yet? No, not even close. We are getting closer. I just finished this pixel strip accent underneath the... Here, I'll show you. This guy. Crystal pixel strip going all the way through. and then it goes in here. Work kicked your butt hard. Yep, work does that. What kind of work do you do? How does this go together? Do I turn it? Maybe. Who knows? Okay. Hopefully that's good. Front desk at Hilton Hotel. Ooh, you got to deal with customers. Yikes. Customers can be scary. Especially if you work at a front desk. I worked at a movie theater for a while. For a long time, actually. So I've dealt with a lot of customers face to face where they're trying to buy something. I don't even know what hotel guests are going to be like. Movie theater guests are not too bad. You have a few people there who are kind of entitled. Maybe a little rude. But I'd say overall it's really not that bad. Just those few that are crazy, but that's going to be anywhere. I'm sure it's similar to hotels, but for whatever reason I'm imagining hotels probably have even more of those entitled people coming up to you being rude. Okay, how do I want the pixels to go? I don't know. Checked in for 60 reservations, 15 canceled flights, 75 reservations total. That sounds like a lot. I have nothing to compare it to, but it sounds like a lot. Okay, now what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to figure out which direction should I have the pixel strip face? And I can't remember what I did in the past. Because no matter what I do, the pixels are going to be brighter on one side than the other. And I'm trying to figure out whether I should split the difference and put them right down the middle, or if I should have them pointed in one way or another. I always have this conundrum when I build these things. And I have yet to write down my answer. Entitlement got worse after COVID passed. Yep, everything got worse after COVID. Too young to have your memory going already? Yep. I need to practice. Memory takes practice, and I have not practiced in a while. And I built 5 of these, and you'd think I'd remember which direction they go, but apparently not. I think what I'll do is I'm going to have it facing... I'll show you. I'm going to have it facing this direction towards the rods because there are little slats. There are little slats on the side, and I don't really want one side to have direct pixel line of sight. I kind of want it to be ambient, sort of like an all-encompassing light. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to stick with, and it better look good. I think it's going to look good. Which way do I face it, though? Towards the small strings? Yeah. Face it towards the small wires. There we go. What is this? This one. See, a lot of my time on this build gets taken up by wire management. Trying to get all the wires organized, routed through where they need to go, etc. There we go. There we go. Perfect. So I hope that'll be good. You know what I could try? How heavy do the sabers usually get when you finish? It depends on the lightsaber. If it's like a simple chassis, here, I'll show you. If it's like a simple chassis, pardon all the mess. This is my test chassis. I just plug in wires to this build, and then that's how I test to see if things are running right. If it's something like this, it can be pretty light, but it's mainly dependent on the hilt. Like, this is pretty heavy. Some are just aluminum, which is not too heavy. This, I think, has a little bit of steel in it, or very thick aluminum. Something like my MB Saber's lightsaber is really, really heavy, because this is just straight up steel and brass for the majority of it, probably 95%. And then you put it inside of nickel-plated brass, which is what a vintage Graflex is. And this is a vintage Graflex. Adds extra weight. This one's pretty heavy, but most of them don't get that heavy. But when they have metal in them, when they're all this complicated, it adds good weight. Good weight. Glad I caught your live stream. Your vids and explanations helped me with 3 builds in the last 2 months. Awesome. That's fantastic. Appreciate your vids, effort, and energy put into the awesome hobby. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm trying to get more of my build videos finished. I have a lot of them just stacked up over the past couple years. I have a few of them edited. I just need voiceover work done, and then I can post it. I can get those done in like a day. I'm hoping next week, but we'll see. I might have other things I need to do. And then, what's going on here? There we go. What is happening here? Yeah, and then I have a lot of other videos I just haven't edited at all. Luckily, or maybe unluckily, I'm not working on too many lightsaber projects right now for customers. Just this one, and maybe a couple more that might come up. So I'll have some time. We'll see. You know what, maybe I won't even have a choice on where this thing is pointed. Because it seems like it's just turning itself. Okay. Leave it like that. So what I might do, I might test it by plugging it into my test chassis and then rotating it to see which one I like better. I think that's a good idea. Sounds like a great idea. Hopefully this E6000 has set enough so that I don't accidentally ruin this whole thing. Because I put E6000 on the single pixel so that when it makes contact with the brass, it doesn't fry. Because that is 100% something that this lightsaber does. And I've done that multiple times on my first lightsaber. Okay, so we're gonna do something like that. Hope for the best. Yep, we'll see. So let's get this going. What is this? This is the positive. 30 gauge. You would love to be able to have a scavenger saber one day? Yeah, it's definitely one of the coolest ones. For sure, just for display, because of how fragile these pedals are. And then the chassis is definitely my favorite of the Master Chassis. The Balin Skull Master Chassis, I built that one, and it's pretty much exactly a copy of the Rey Scavenger, just a little updated and elongated for the longer hilt. While it is basically an exact copy of this one, it's not as good because I don't think I like the doors for the crystal chamber. I don't like them as much. And then the top is a little long. So I think this one is still my favorite. There we go. So you guys will at least get to see the test of the crystal pixel and the accent strip beneath it. I don't know if I want to connect it to the top part yet, or if I want to save that for tomorrow. We have the positive and negative set up. Positive. There we go. And negative. There you are. Positive and negative, now I just need the data, which is this purple guy. Data out. Where's my data in? Right here.
Anakin, you're breaking my heart.
Will you ever do an Obi-Wan Kenobi saber? I have done a lot of Obi-Wan Kenobi sabers, so absolutely. And I also have a lot of Obi-Wan sabers on deck. I've done all the Obi-Wan lightsabers, and the ones I have for my own personal projects that I've had just sitting around for a while. I have a Desert Wanderer, which is Obi-Wan TV show, Master Chassis that I need to build. I have an Obi-Wan Episode 4 Roman props hilt with a Rudy Pando crystal chamber. I have all the parts for that. I need to just build it. I also have an Obi-Wan Episode 2 that I need to build. I have a Master Chassis for that one as well. So those are all projects that have been sitting around for like a year, maybe more at this point, that I need to get to, but haven't had the time or the desire. Because I have a lot of build footage of different build logs, etc., of previous projects that I need to get through. I don't really want to keep adding on to it if I can help it. Okay, so that's positive to positive, negative to negative. Data in. Please work. Okay. Oh wait, how do I turn it on? I don't have a button yet. Maybe if I... There we go. Gesture control for the win. Take a look at that. Can you guys see it? Kind of. It's gonna look a little weird because this accent sequence is meant from pixel number 1 to pixel number 47. And since I'm plugging it in right in the middle, pixel 1 through 8 is being shown here. So there we go, it works. Now the question is, where do I want the pixels? Do I ever get to sell the scavenger? No, I didn't sell the scavenger. I had a couple people who almost did. One person who was basically right there. I had a shipping label and everything, but then he never got back to me. But that's fine. Worked out just fine, because I don't really want to sell it. It's just, I'd like the money for it. It would just make life easier. Plus, I don't necessarily need it, but it's nice to have. But yeah. Haven't sold it. Maybe one day. We'll see. For now, I get to keep it. See, I'm not too concerned about selling these, because I can always build more in the future. The Rey Scavenger is a little bit iffier, though, because... Hold on, I'm taking a look at the pixels. So it is definitely brighter on one side than another. How do I want it to look? Does it still look good? Does it show up behind it? A little bit. How about on the side?
I've never been so lonesome in my life.
You know, it looks so evenly lit that I don't think it really matters.
I'm completely
So I think my best bet...
lost without you, Padme.
is to probably do what I'm doing now and just,
Never realized I could even
yeah,
miss anyone
just have it where it is.
so much.
That way it's not directly pointed outward, because it can be a little blinding.
Till I'm able to be with you.
So it's either facing this direction or it's facing backwards. This way's fine. Yep, this is fine.
I wonder if your feelings on this matter are clear.
Yep, it's gonna be fine. Ultimately, it doesn't matter because it's very slight and no one really cares other than me. As to like the minutia of how bright one section is over another. This is about as even as I can make it, so. For safety, let's take the battery out so we don't accidentally fry something. We're gonna leave that in there for the most part. I do need to test if it connects to the pixels above it, though, so I suppose while I have everything the way it is, might as well plug it in. It's a little annoying trying to plug in multiple wires to one place, though. I need to have a proper test kit, not something weird like this one. But yeah, that's great news. I'm just tested this out. It works. Glad you guys got to see it. We're at 5 hours, 55 minutes here. Ever shocked myself while making a lightsaber? Good question. I don't think so. Definitely burned myself. I burned myself a lot. But shocking myself, because the only way you'd really shock yourself while making a lightsaber is if you have power plugged in, but you never want to have power plugged in while you're soldering because you can mess up the electronics. So there's never a battery plugged in while you're soldering, and if there is a battery plugged in, let's say for like a wired in battery, you have to make sure that it's either connected to a recharge port or a kill switch so that you can turn the power off so it doesn't reach the areas you're soldering. But I try to keep a battery for last, if that's the case. Okay, this is annoying. Stay. Just attach yourself so I can test. Okay, so we have the positive, we have the negative. It's gonna be this guy. Sorry for all that crackling. Food is being made from the sounds of it. Go. Yeah, looks pretty solid. But yeah, no, I don't think I've ever shocked myself while making a lightsaber, but I have burned myself plenty of times. Because you know how this is kind of like a pencil? You can grab a little too close sometimes. And yeah, I've burned myself pretty badly, but luckily it's healed. That was a long time ago. Or you accidentally touch it, like on your finger there. Yeah. Soldering iron burns. They turn white. Let's see, what am I eating? I think some sort of vegetables with some meat, jalapenos, something like that. Pretty tasty. I think it's probably ground beef. Ground beef, some vegetables, roasted vegetables probably, or something like that. Jalapenos, probably some feta cheese is my guess. Okay, I need to plug in everything, I guess. Buttons. Yeah, this does sound tasty. So I'm trying to get this tested so I can end the stream and then go and eat once it's done. And then tomorrow, I'm going to come back and finish putting everything together. We'll make a lot more progress tomorrow than we did today. I probably said that yesterday too, but it was technically true, just not quite as much as I would have liked. But we'll make some extra progress tomorrow. With any luck, we can get the main chassis completed. What time is it? It's 7:06 for me. Which for me is a bit late, because I've been trying to go to bed earlier. Because my fiance works super early in the morning. She has to go out at like 7 in the morning. She wakes up 5 o'clock, probably 5 o'clock. 4:30 if exercise fits in. And then I should wake up around that time too. Have I been doing that recently? No, not really. Should I? Yep. Because I need to do my exercise. I need to work out, do other things. It's better to get your day started early, because then, it seems at least for me, that you get a lot more done. 10 p.m. for you? So you're 3 hours. You must be on the East Coast somewhere. I'm on the West Coast. Alright, blade detection. And then what are you? What kind of wire are you? Data 2, that's what I need for the data out. New Jersey, alright. I've never been to New Jersey. I've been to New York once. I've seen New Jersey from afar. And in television shows and whatnot.
You'll have to kill me.
Come on. There we go.
That might be the Mandalorian way, but it's not my way. Not anymore.
New Jersey. Oh, you know what? This YouTuber I watched, Tyrone Magnus, is from New Jersey. Been watching him since I was like 14 or something. He lives in New Jersey. Data 2 and data out. Is that what you are? Data out. Okay, let's attach these two, because data out and data 2 need to be connected together. Come on. Get closer. Where are you? There you go. Connected. Data 2, data out are connected. Data 1 does not get connected because I have no way to test it, which is terrifying because you only ever really know if it works at the end. Blade detection also don't need you. Positives are connected. Data in is connected. Negatives are connected. The motor is connected. The button is connected. So it looks like we're ready to test. Make sure nothing is accidentally touching something that it shouldn't be. No frying of things today. Everything looks good. Let's test it. Let's fire it up. That is looking great. Look at that, you guys. Doesn't that look cool? You know what? Let me zoom in. It's a special occasion. Zoom in for the first time in the entire live stream. Isn't that cool? Now, will I pick this up and show you? No, because I'm scared about these these wires touching each other. But you can look at it from afar. Isn't that cool? It all works. So the data in works. This all lights up. It'll act a little weird sometimes because this is not made for however many pixels. You know, you guys weren't here earlier, but I made a slight mistake with the pixel ring. And by mistake, I mean, I'm supposed to use a medium-sized pixel ring, or at least that's what I have in the past, to go up there. But I think I used a large pixel ring. So there's a lot more pixels in this one than in the past. So I'm going to have two large pixel rings, one in the top, one in the turbine area. So that's what, 26 pixels each? Let's see, 20 pixels each. So that's 40 on its own, plus the 8 in the middle. Oh no, my cat. Go away. She's trying to investigate. You can see her shadow. Don't go near there, that's a soldering iron, it'll burn. So, yeah, it works. Let's try it one more time, let me show you. Look at that. Isn't that great? Super cool. That's pretty satisfying. There we go. It's coming together. You know, I keep reaching up to my camera to like turn off the recording because I'm so used to recording as I build these things and just, you know, pressing play and then stop and whatever else. But I'm on a live stream. I can't do that. Cool, okay. Now I have to think what the heck do I do next? Next, I probably glue everything together, but I don't know if I want to do that right now. Maybe I'll save that for tomorrow. Let's start by... Should I? I don't know. I think I'm going to keep it connected to my test thing so I don't have to keep reconnecting it. But the next thing I have to do is I have to attach this crystal, the quartz crystal for TikTok, quartz crystal for YouTube. Let me zoom out again. There we go. Oh, you can see all my mess. Oh no. Paper dude, you must be new. Welcome. You're coming right around to the end of my live stream here. Hey, don't touch that. You saw my cat. Yeah, she's trying to smack my things. I think that must mean it's time to end the live stream. So yeah, basically next time what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to put these together and like glue them. So I'm going to glue that together. I'm going to move this up and glue it together, but after I get my crystal all set up. Ideally, I do it tonight so my crystal is all ready. Because maybe I should do that tonight because I use E6000 in order to secure the crystal in place, and then it takes a long time for it to cure. I'd much prefer to have it done tonight so it can just sit overnight, because I don't think I'll be able to work on it while it's curing tomorrow, so maybe I'll do that right now. Let's get that done. It's cleaner than your bench? Yeah, probably. I try my best to keep it clean, but hey, don't touch that. Stop it. My cat's trying to throw all of my things off. So I try my best to keep it clean, but you don't see all this stuff over here on the left. I have a laptop where I can read all of my comments. I have all my junk. But it's not too bad. It's been way worse before. Let's zoom out and then you can see a little bit more. Not too bad. I have to kind of keep it clean for the videos too. So that's some good motivation. Alright, let's see here. How do I want that? Probably like that. Gotta run. Thanks for sticking around, Bob. I hope you enjoyed it. You did enjoy it. I will be back tomorrow, probably around the same time, for sure around 1 o'clock is my guess. That just seems to be how it works out. Hopefully a little earlier, but we'll see. And then I'll be working on this lightsaber. Probably have another couple days of work left on it. So yeah, you can tune into any of those. Right now I'm just going to be adding the crystal and I'll be done. Just so it can sit there overnight. Go. Toothpicks are the handiest things when you're dealing with glue. There we go. followed on YouTube, and clicked on notifications. Awesome, thank you very much. I'll try to post more so you can have more content to watch. Okay, let's see here. Let's get that in. Plop it down. Adjust it to how I want, which is right about there. That's the orientation. That's good. Cool. Nice and secure. Look at that. I feel like we've made a lot of progress just with that. Fantastic. Water break. Out of water now, so I'm really on the home stretch here. Okay, what I need to do... Okay, no battery. No risk of breaking anything. So what I need to do... is I need to slide this up. Or do I? Do I? You know what? I don't need to do that just yet. Because what I can do... need to make sure this is oriented correctly. Because what I can do is I can just do something like that. Hold it in place. Turn everything. There we go. Maybe this way? No. This way will be the best. It's all crooked though. Don't want it to be crooked. Okay. Basically what I'm doing is I'm trying to stand this up straight so that when I put the crystal in and let it set, it's just going to... it's going to stand up straight the whole time. Okay. Not too bad. What do I do? Because I need to use E6000. That's going to take all night to cure. But I've made such a good amount of progress. At least it feels that way. That up here. What can I use to keep it straight? I really need to get myself, what do you call it? Popsicle sticks? Those kinds of things. Tongue depressors, I think is their official name. Oh, you know what? Let's use some heat shrink. Why not? We can just shove some heat shrink down under here. Maybe? Oh, I don't know. Doesn't seem to be working all that well. All I want is this to stand up straight. Is that so hard to ask? Just stand up straight, please. Okay. Flatten it. Lift it. Put it there. Okay. Not a good plan all around. Ah, whatever. Do I have one of those magic arms? Yes. Yes, I do. Let's see. Haha. Yes, thank you. I don't know why I didn't think of that earlier. Thank you very much. So I'm just gonna leave it like this all night. It'll just hold itself there. There we go, perfect. That'll be great. And that's pretty much straight. So, let's glue in our crystal. That's this guy here, for TikTok, for YouTube. And YouTube, unfortunately, is only a top-down view, so you don't get to see it. I'll have to show you when it's finished. Basically, just flood this thing with E6000. Well, maybe I'll just put it at the bottom here. Okay, that might be a bit much. Definitely. Let's clean it up. Don't need that much. Just a little bit along the sides and the bottom. Maybe we do need that much. There's a very big hole. Okay, let's just try it. So how's this gonna go? Kind of. Almost got it perfectly. It's a little messy. It's not too bad. Yeah, not too bad. So hopefully that'll sit pretty well. So I have to close it up a bit. Do that. Cradle it here. Make sure it's nice and straight. And then we just fiddle with it. I just hope it's not too tall. I did not test that out. I will use heat shrink now, though. Because in order to keep it standing up straight inside, you kind of have to wedge things in there. Up and fell over. Ah, got it. Okay. That's one side. And that's the other. Not too bad. There we go. Something like that. Let's just hold it in the middle, mostly. Pretty much. Oh, goodness. Okay. Whew, that was a lot of work. It's been 6 hours, 18 minutes of a live stream. Got a pretty decent chunk finished. Now I'm just gonna leave it as it is. We're gonna come back to it tomorrow. And hopefully get most of it done. So yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate all of you who joined. Oh, Atum, you just joined in? Sorry. Yeah, this is the very end. 6 hours, 19 minutes. Thanks, Paper Dude, I appreciate it. I also love my lightsabers, and I'm glad that other people like them. So, hopefully tomorrow I get to show you guys this pretty much done. Yeah, it's been 6 hours, 19 minutes of this day of work. Lots of time-wasting mistakes, but at least we got some pretty good progress. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.